Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Zeth and Omnic facing off today on Italy for a great match. Zeth currently holds a narrow lead in their all-time rivalry. It's an interesting dynamic since Omnic actually won their most recent encounter. This is a great spot for Zeth to build some confidence and take control of the series early. Zeth is surging ahead with a 2-1 advantage. He was leaning on a better rating coming into this set. Omnic has completely flipped the script here, erasing Zeth's early lead in a matter of seconds. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. Zeth manages to claw back a 3-2 lead. Zeth is playing a bit more focused than his last few outings. Zeth keeps the pressure high, pushing to 4-2. A tough spot for a player who entered as the favorite. What a shot! He completely shuts down the momentum shift with another effortless win. Omnic refuses to back down, securing an incredibly fast kill to stay within striking distance. Zef has had a really tough run lately, coming in with a 4-game losing streak, and honestly it looks like he's finally shaken off those demons today. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this momentum going through the second half. Omnic is really digging in now, taking this one instantly to close out the gap before the break. We go into the break tied at 6 apiece. Honestly, this is exactly how you'd expect a toss-up match to start. Both players traded identical 3-round streaks to keep this deadlocked. Fresh start for both. Zeth grabs the upper hand again, leading 7-6. That's a strong response from the lower ranked player in this pair. Zeth extends his cushion to an 8-6 lead. Zeth is definitely playing above his current spot on the ladder. Omnic just completely shut that down, proving he's not going away quietly. He's finally starting to play like the favorite in this matchup. Zeth edges ahead again, pushing the score to 9-7. It is impressive seeing Zeth outperform his usual lower ranking in this set. He stays aggressive, keeping the gap at just 1 round. Neither player is letting the other string a couple together. Zeth builds a comfortable 2-round buffer at 10-8. Just a really quick exchange to secure that lead. Unbelievable. He barely survives that scramble and manages to hold on with a sliver of health. Zeth is really putting his foot on the gas here, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic to find an answer. Omnic is showing great grit here, taking this round without taking a single point of damage. A clean finish to keep this series wide open. Zeth puts himself in a prime position to wrap this up right now. A sharp exchange to keep him in the driver's seat. And that's it. Zeth closes out the match with a triumphant final exchange. He really needed this victory to put some daylight between himself and the bottom of the rankings. Just a gritty performance to get it done. What a fight! Welcome to Redline. We have Aster and Omnic facing off today to see who comes out on top. Aster has really owned this pairing with a 74% head-to-head win rate. It makes a lot of sense given how much of an edge he's consistently held over the long term. The big question is if Omnic can find a way to break that pattern today. Omnic is putting some serious pressure on here, looking much more aggressive than usual right now. A very unexpected start for the number 32 ranked player. We're all squared up as we head into round 5. Omnic is fighting for his life after that tough loss to Zeth. Aster just wipes him right off the ramp and is starting to take control of the game. His recent dominance has really been apparent in these matchups. What an absolute wall he's built up, extending the streak to 3 rounds. His recent 8 euro run over the last 10 is starting to leak into this series. He's simply too fast right now, securing another clean victory to put a firm grip on this game. He just dismantles his opponent off the ramp, continuing this terrifying run. The gap in the ratings is starting to feel like a canyon. Oh my, what a fight! He manages to clutch out a survival by the skin of his teeth. Aster is consistently showing why he's so highly regarded with a 67% all-time win rate. And honestly, Omnic is just fighting an uphill battle here against someone who has dominated nearly every aspect of their shared history. It'll take a huge shift in energy for the underdog to make this competitive. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the stats suggested. He's in the driver's seat, but Omnic is staying gritty enough to keep this within reach. Let's see how they handle the flip. Aster pushes his lead to 8-5 as the gap widens. That's a tough spot for the lower rated player to be in. Omnic secures the pick from the ramp and continues to show some real heart here. That's a strong response for the underdog as the game tightens up. The momentum is swinging and he's refused to go quietly as the gap narrows. Aster is starting to look a bit shaken. Aster holds a narrow 2-round cushion moving into 16. Aster is playing like the higher rated favorite right now. Aster pulls ahead to 10-7, really shaking his opponent. Another effortless round for the favorite, easily picking Omnic off the ramp. This just mirrors that blowout Aster had over him in orange. He manages to outlast the exchange, leaving him just 1 step away from victory. The gap on the ladder is clearly showing right now. He manages to scrub out that previous momentum, keeping his hopes alive for a few more rounds. The pressure is mounting for him to keep this lead secure. That's it! Aster closes out the series with a strong final sequence to take the victory. He just puts a giant exclamation point on this rivalry, completely shutting down any chance of a comeback here. Welcome to the show. We have Zeth and Aster facing off on map pass, with the favorite looking to keep his streak alive. Aster has this matchup completely figured out with a dominant 79% win rate in their history. It's not surprising to see that gap translate into an early lead, especially since he's come out on top in every single one of their 5 most recent encounters. Zeth really needs to find a way to disrupt that pattern. Zeth shuts him down quickly there, catching Aster out of position on the ramp. He's currently leaning on that high ranking to secure the win. Aster is putting on a clinic, leading 3-1. He's been practically flawless in his last 10 matches. Zeth's got a good look from the ramp, narrowing this gap to just 1 round. Squeezing every chance out of this series so far. Aster really locked down that angle, catching Zeth right as he tried to push off the ramp. Zeth is fighting a massive uphill battle against the ranked 14th seed. Aster is absolutely on fire right now with a 90% win rate across his last 10 matches. I mean, that level of confidence is obvious in his movement. It's becoming a real struggle for Zeth to find any footing in this series. Another round for Zeth, who just refused to let the momentum slide entirely. Zeth keeps this charge going, proving he can hang with the favorite. That's some serious confidence starting to build up. Aster still holds a strong lead at 7-4. That was a quick exchange, right back to his favor. We're at the break with Aster leading 8-4. This is exactly how we projected the start of the game. Zeth is showing some fight, but the higher seed is simply too consistent right now. Sides swap, and we're ready. Aster is cruising, sitting comfortably with an 8-5 lead. The lower seed is showing some real tenacity right now. Aster pulls ahead again, now commanding a 9-5 lead. He's definitely playing like a top 15 talent tonight. Zeth is really starting to trade rounds here, refusing to let Aster just cruise to the finish. He's clearly not letting that previous head-to-head defeat get in his head. Aster is just too strong, pushing the lead to 10-6. He's really showing why there's such a gap on the ladder. The speed of these engagements is just breathless. Aster is clearing these rounds in a flash. His form is simply on another level right now. Zeth just needs to keep the pressure on and claw back a few more to make this a real contest. Still fighting hard for every single round. Aster closes the distance rapidly and secures another win, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. What a finish! Aster secures the final kill and closes out the series. He just seems to have the magic touch on this map, really keeping things under control from start to finish. Welcome to Berserk League. Zeth and Omnic are facing off on orange to see who takes the win today. Zeth holds a slight advantage in their head-to-head history with 232 total wins over Omnic. That long track record seems to be playing a role here, since Zeth is already walking away from their most recent encounter with a victory. It will be interesting to see if the momentum stays with him. Omnic is fighting hard to close this gap. Omnic is looking to make up for those first 2 losses today. Zeth is looking very sharp early on, quickly asserting his control over the server. A tough way to start the day for a player who's currently 0-2. Absolute chaos in this exchange. Omnic barely scrapes through that fight with just a sliver of health left. He's showing why the ladder ranks him slightly higher today. Zeth's lead grows to 4-2 as he stays dominant. It's tough to shake off those recent losses. Zeth has spent the last 24 hours in a tough spot, coming in with a mixed record. Looking at the leaderboard, he's currently sitting in the lower third of the player pool. It's a huge confidence boost for him to put up this kind of result against a higher rated opponent. Omnic refuses to back down, keeping the pressure on with another strong play. A total shift in energy for the trailing player. The comeback is complete. He's completely erased the deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. The favorite is finally starting to look comfortable. That's an incredible surge, picking up his 4th straight to take the lead. The momentum is firmly in his hands now. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. This is exactly the toss-up we expected to see. Omnic really stepped up with that 4-round tier to ensure neither player leaves the first half with an edge. Fresh start for both guys. Zeth pulls back ahead, claiming a 7-6 advantage. A stark contrast to the 13-0 blowouts we've seen today. Omnic is putting up a serious fight, securing another round to bring things completely even. The pressure is really ramping up for both of these guys. A total shutdown there, keeping his lead by simply being too fast. A really clean sequence to reclaim the lead. Omnic strikes back, and we are tied at 8. An absolute toss-up as we enter the final stretch. Another lightning fast reaction from him, keeping the momentum swinging in his favor. We're back to a square peg at 9-all. Neither one of them has let the other breathe in this set. Zeth claws back the lead with a 10-9 scoreline. It's a familiar result for Zeth, given their recent history. A patient sequence of play that ends with another clean frame for Omnic, keeping this duel a complete toss-up. This is a fight for every single frame now. Zeth is really fighting to hold onto this narrow lead as the tension reaches its peak. That was a close exchange, but he comes out on top to reach match point. Zeth is really locking in at the perfect time. Unbelievable. Zeth shuts the door with that final exchange to close it out. He just barely edged this one out after a total saw of a game. Omnic really left it all on the line there. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Aster reacts quickly to shut down that play on the ramp for the early lead. The odds definitely favor the top seed today. Aster is coming in with a strong 90% win rate over his last 10 games. It's definitely showing here as he maintains a heavy psychological grip on his opponent. Omnic will need a serious shift in energy if he wants to keep this within reach. Omnic claws back to level things up at 2-all. A surprising turn of events for the rank 33 player. Omnic is absolutely rolling now, taking full control of the server with 3 straight. A completely different result from their previous meeting today. He just can't be stopped, securing another win from the ramp to push his lead to 4-2. The ladder rankings aren't telling the whole story here. Aster answers back immediately to keep the gap small. The higher seed is finally starting to exert his influence. Omnic is defying a massive head-to-head deficit of 384-132 in their lifetime history. Well, it's a stunning contrast to how these two usually trade rounds. He's proving that the past doesn't dictate today's momentum. Omnic is cruising with a commanding 6-4 lead. A total reversal from those early games they played today. Aster is narrowing the distance, bringing this a lot closer as we head toward the half. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, this is completely contrary to the ratings. The underdog is playing far above his usual level and is currently in a great spot to pull off the upset. Fresh start for both of them. Omnic is just a single point ahead now. He's definitely finding his footing after a rough start to the server. Omnic manages to stretch his lead to 8-6. He's making a huge statement after that cold stretch earlier today. Aster is really struggling to find any answers here, and the gap is starting to feel quite wide. Omnic completely shuts down the comeback attempt, looking untouchable as the lead grows to 4. He's shaking off a really rough few hours of play. He's simply in another gear right now, extending that surge to 4 straight. He's completely flipped the script after losing his previous few matches. Absolutely lethal. Omnic closes things down with another 5-round surge, leaving Aster staring at a 6-12 deficit. The gap in their skill ratings is simply not showing right now. A huge relief for Aster, who finally disrupts that run to keep the dream alive. Still a massive mountain to climb for the top seed. Aster catches him right off the ramp to stay in this fight. A quick set of hands there to keep the pressure on. Game over. Omnic secures the victory and closes out the series. He's totally rewritten the history books today, completely shaking off that brutal losing streak with a massive statement win. Welcome to the Dunes map. Zeth and Aster are facing off today, with Aster entering as the clear favorite. Aster has won nearly 80% of their head-to-head encounters. It's an imposing history to walk into, but Zeth is fighting to change the narrative today. We'll see if he can keep the pressure on. Aster holds a slim lead as we move forward. Aster is really leaning into that superior rating right now. These first few exchanges have been incredibly fast, and Zeth is proving he can keep up with the pace today. Zeth has clawed back a 3-2 advantage here. He just completely shuts him down on the box, picking up another round to make it 3 in a row. He's just totally in control, outdueling Aster from the box to take a huge lead. The momentum shift is complete as he secures a 5th straight victory from that box. He is simply on another level right now, extending that streak to 6 straight. He's just an absolute wall right now, securing another point with an effortless finish. Aster finally finds an opening to snap that run. A nice reminder of the quality gap we're seeing here. Zeth takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is completely backwards from what we expected. He's absolutely bruising the higher ranked player right now and has a huge cushion for the second half. Time for Aster to dig in. Zeth has a career win rate of only 37%. I mean, that really puts his current lead into perspective. He is playing far above his usual standard today, and the pressure is clearly starting to get to the favorites. Aster is on fire, claiming his 3rd straight victory from the top of that box. Zeth is certainly feeling the weight of that ranking deficit now. He is completely unstoppable right now, claiming his 4th straight win to keep this rally going. He's just refusing to let go, securing a 5th straight round and closing the gap to 1. The higher rank is finally showing its teeth. Zeth answers back immediately, taking the round from his spot on the box. The gap in their rankings is barely showing right now. Zeth is really putting himself in a position to pull off a major upset here. He's completely ignoring that massive head-to-head deficit. And he's just punishing everything Aster tries, knocking him right off the box to move within a single round of victory. Aster responds with a sharp reflex play, keeping his lead to a minimal 3 rounds. Aster manages to pick him off the box, staying composed to keep this series alive. The underdog is showing a lot of heart to keep this close. What a conclusion! Zeth shuts the door with a perfect final shot to take the series. Just an unbelievable way to close things out. He really stared down the favorite and didn't blink when it counted. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the arena. Zeth and Omnic are ready to face off, though the favorite might have a challenge here. Zeth secures the opener by utilizing the ramp for a great angle. The lower ranked player is starting this series with a lot of confidence. Zeth usually finds a way to come out on top in this head-to-head, as he's won 51% of their encounters over the years. It's a tough mountain to climb right now with Omnic looking so composed early on. Let's see if that historical advantage actually pays off here. We're all tied up at 2 apiece for these two. Coming in as the higher seed today, he's definitely feeling the heat. Omnic is really starting to push the pace here, taking control of the server with those back-to-back wins. He's just untouchable right now, securing another fast victory to widen that gap. What a scrap! Zeth digs deep to survive that absolute war of attrition. He's certainly looking stronger after his recent success against Aster. Deadlock, Zeth and Omnic are perfectly level once again. The higher rated man is looking a bit shaken right now. He secures a tight vantage point on the ramp to take a strong 5-4 lead. A very surprising turn for the favorite in this series. He's just completely taken over the map, putting together 4 in a row now. A quick response from Omnic to keep the pressure on as they head toward the break. We're sitting at a 6-6 tie heading into the break. Right, this matches the expectations perfectly since we didn't see a clear frontrunner today. It'll be a battle of nerves from here on out. Fresh start for both of them. Omnic edges ahead by 1 as we start the second half. He's clearly finding a way to offset that lower win rate on this map. Omnic is just refusing to let Zeth get a foothold here, making quick work of him again. The gap in the ladder seems to be showing right now. Unreal, he somehow claws his way back through the chaos to survive with a tiny sliver of health. Pure grit to pull that off with almost nothing left. Everything is back on the line with this 8-8 deadlock. This is a massive swing for the man sitting at rank 36. Omnic seizes the lead again and now holds a narrow edge. Tough to shake off those recent losses from earlier today. Omnic is really capitalizing on this flow, coming into the match with a 1-3 record today. It's a worrying sign for Zeth, who has the historical edge on this particular map. He needs to find a way to break this rhythm before it's too late. Zeth is starting to put together a real run here, capitalizing on that height advantage to push the score back to a tie. He's totally on fire now, completely shutting down his opponent for a 3rd straight win. Omnic answers back immediately to bring the score level. Both of these players are grinding through a long day at the office. A huge moment here as Zeth manages to outplay him from the ramp. A quick trade of rounds as we head into the final stretch. Absolute madness. Omnic survives the onslaught with almost nothing left to force this into overtime. Incredible composure to clutch that out under such pressure. Zeth is really putting the pressure on now, moving 1 step closer to closing this out. He certainly boot, bringing that momentum from the win over Aster. We've completely lost any sense of a lead here. It's a total toss-up as they keep trading rounds. We've got a total deadlock between 2 of the most active grinders in the league. Omnic is moving far too quickly for Zeth right now, ending these rounds in a flash. That was a brutal efficiency to put him back in a hole. A total shutdown from the trailing player to secure another round and put a massive stranglehold on this series. Zeth refuses to go down quietly, fighting through the damage to keep the dream alive. What a finish! Omnic shuts the door with a perfect shot to claim the victory. He really played the long game tonight, managing to overcome his struggle on this map to secure the win. Tough loss for Zeth. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Omnic facing off today on Mappas. Aster has been a nightmare for this opponent historically, winning 74% of their head-to-head encounters, and seeing how well he's played on this map. The numbers are really stacking in his favor. Let's see if Omnic can find a way to disrupt that trend. Omnic is fighting hard, but Aster holds the lead. He needs to bounce back from those 2 straight losses today. The early pressure is definitely on Aster now, who can't seem to put together a string of rounds today. Aster is just barely holding the edge at 3-2. He looks a lot more comfortable than during his loss to Zeth. Aster is really starting to pull away at 4-2. The difference in ladder positioning is starting to show. Omnic is staying aggressive and won't let the lead slip away that easily. That was an incredibly sharp exchange. Omnic has clawed back to tie it up at 4-4. The lower rated player is really stepping up in this one. Aster takes control again, edging ahead 5-4. He's definitely looking to avenge that 8-13 loss from their previous game. Aster's historical lead in this pairing is huge, winning over 300 of their total matchups. Well, it's clearly showing in his confidence right now as he puts this opponent on their heels. We'll see if he can close this out quickly. Aster just squeezed out a narrow 6-5 advantage. Omnic is definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and it's basically playing out as we expected. I mean, he's comfortably ahead though. Omnic has stayed within striking distance despite the rating gap. Aster's really building a cushion now, leading 8-5. The gap in their overall skill levels is really showing now. Aster's just cruising now, with a commanding 9-5 lead. He's proving to be much more disciplined than in that previous set. Omnic is starting to push back, making this a much closer battle than the rankings suggest. His higher placement on the ladder is still a factor here. Aster is simply dominant, extending his lead to 10-6. His experience in these high-pressure moments really shines through. Omnic picks up a point, trailing by 3 now. He has yet to find a groove since his 13-7 victory here earlier. Omnic is refusing to back down, taking another round without breaking a sweat. A really clean look at the crosshair on that one. Absolute perfection from the challenger, who's now sitting on a 3-round tier. Total shift in energy as the lead shrinks to just 1. Aster answers back immediately, reclaiming a bit of his ground. A quick reminder of who the higher rated player is here. Another fast reaction, and he's just 1 step away from victory. He's definitely playing to the level expected of him today. Omnic is showing some real grit here, taking a completely untouched round to stay in the game. The momentum is shifting back as he denies a fast closeout. What a finish. Aster shuts the door on this one to secure the victory. Omnic really forced the issue there, pushing this deep into the set with those quick reactions. He just couldn't quite close the deal. What a fight. Welcome to Red Line. We have Zeth and Esther facing off today, with the favorite looking to maintain a dominant lead. Esther didn't let him stay on the ramp for long, taking a quick lead in this opening exchange. Esther has the massive upper hand here, with a 67% lifetime win rate. It really helps explain why Zeth is struggling to find any footing early on. The pressure is definitely building on the lower rated player to make a move. He's absolutely cruising now, taking a perfect quartet of rounds to open the match. He's looking every bit the favorite tonight. Zeth finally puts one on the board and slows down the momentum. It's a nice flash of confidence for the number 36 seed. Aster is still firmly in control at 5-1. What a scramble! Both of them were staring down death, but Aster clings on to survive by a thread. It's a familiar sight given the lifetime history between these two. A total shutdown. He's just started to roll again, picking up his third straight victory. The gap in the rankings is starting to feel wide. He manages to claw out of that firefight, extending his lead to 8. He is comfortably occupying the top half of the ladder today. He's simply too fast, securing another clean victory to keep this streak alive. He continues his steer, easily cleaning up the round to reach 10. It's been an uphill battle since they started. Aster takes a commanding 11-1 lead into the break. Well, this perfectly mirrors the gap in their rankings. Zeth needs a huge turnaround to avoid a very fast defeat. Time to swap sides. Aster takes a clean victory here to reach 12, putting the match on the line. Total dominance for the guy sitting in that top seed spot. And there it is. Aster finishes the job and secures the victory. He's just outclassed him here, proving why he's consistently the better player in this head-to-head. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today as Zeth and Omnic face off to see who comes out on top. Zeth currently holds a slight head-to-head advantage with 233 wins over Omnic in their history. It's a rivalry that has practically split down the middle, so this early lead puts a lot of pressure on Omnic to prove his recent consistency. He's just completely shut the door on his opponent to open up a 3-round lead. Omnic responds with a quick flash of brilliance to stop the slide. The favorite finally puts up a fight in this set. Zeth is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. He's showing some real grit here, refusing to let the deficit get any wider. The odds might have been leaning his way, but the score still tells a different story. He's clawing his way back into this, picking up another easy win to stay in the fight. He's finally starting to play like the favorite in this one. Zeth is currently holding the line despite the recent rough patch where he managed only 30% of his last 10 games, and honestly, this series is a vital chance for him to flip the script on his recent losses. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this lead through the half. Unbelievable. That gritty performance finally brings us back to a deadlock. Things have completely leveled out as we head into the final stretch. Wow, he barely survives that trade. Zeth walks away with the round after a brutal exchange. That was a razor-thin margin for the lead. Zeth heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, he's managing to outplay Omnic right now, despite the odds being against him. We'll see if he can hold this momentum after the switch. Fresh start for Omnic now. Zeth is really pulling ahead now, leading 8-5. It's a complete reversal from that narrow loss in their last outing. Zeth is dominating now, stretching it to a 9-5 lead. He is completely ignoring the rating gap between them right now. Omnic is refusing to let Zeth pull any further away from him here. The higher seed is starting to wake up. Zeth has a huge cushion now at 10-6. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Omnic gets a point back, bringing the tally to 10-7. Looking to build on that closer victory from their last duel. Zeth is putting some serious distance between himself and the opposition right now. The momentum is swinging firmly back toward the lower ranked player. He takes control from the wine to put himself just a single round away from victory. Zeth just crushed that exchange in a blink. What a finish! Zeth closes things out with a decisive victory to secure the match. He just completely took over this set and finally got his revenge for that close loss they had earlier. Welcome to the stream. We have Esther and Omnic facing off on Dunes to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Esther owns the head-to-head with a 74% win rate over Omnic. He's usually the aggressor in this pairing. It'll be interesting to see if the gap in their ladder ratings proves to be the deciding factor today. He is simply too fast, taking full control of the series with a third straight win. That's a tough start for the higher rated player here. A sharp response from Esther, finally getting around on the board. He's definitely not letting the lead slide too far. What a nail biter! He survives a total war of attrition to keep this recovery moving. The favorite is finally putting that higher rank into practice. Omnic holds a 2-round cushion as we move on. It's unusual to see this side of the scoreboard for the two of them. Omnic is currently playing far above his usual 30% recent win rate. So yeah, it looks like he has found a way to disrupt the usual patterns we see in this rivalry. He's effectively neutralized the gap in skill today. Esther claims this one from the box, closing the gap to 3. It's a tough spot for the number 33 seed to be in. He keeps the pressure high from the box, refusing to let his lead just vanish. He's clearly adapting to his opponent's style in this series. Absolute dominance as he secures the trifecta from the box, cutting the lead down to 1. We've got a dead heat at 6-all as we head into the break. I mean, Aster is definitely showing his class, but Omnic is fighting back surprisingly hard. Let's see if that rank gap starts to matter in the second half. Fresh start for both of them. Omnic just nudges ahead to hold a 7-6 advantage. His recent match history is certainly starting to look different today. That's an effortless exchange to bring the series completely level. A real battle of nerves for the underdog right now. Omnic just barely reclaimed the lead at 8-7. His latest form is really starting to flip on its head. Unbelievable. Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange to take down Aster from the box. That was a microscopic health difference in the end. He's showing a lot of heart, refusing to let this series slide. He's really putting that higher rank to use in the clutch. Omnic is just seeing everything right now, holding that high ground to push his lead further. Esther stays aggressive, fighting his way back into the game. He's definitely proving that he can handle the pressure in this set. What an incredible surge! He's completely erased the deficit and we are back to a deadlock. A totally clean shot to put him firmly in control of this series. Everything is tilting in the direction of the favorite now. Omnic claws back into the game, evening things up at 11 apiece. Just a few days ago, he was stumbling through a tough losing stretch. What a scrap! Esther barely edges it out in a frantic firefight to move within one of the victory. Omnic answers back immediately with a perfect shot to force the deadlock. A complete reversal from their previous map tonight. Omnic is just refusing to buckle, putting the pressure right back on Aster in this final stretch. Quite a shift from the last meeting on Mapas. He manages to outlast his opponent in an absolute bloodbath, barely keeping his head above water. He's really playing the spoiler today. Simply an untouchable sequence from Omnic, who now needs just one more to end it all. Aster refuses to go down quietly, answering back with a perfect burst to stay alive in this overtime thriller. He's not ready to just hand over the map. Unreal. Omnic secures the final kill to close out this grueling overtime battle. A massive result here to shake up the standings. He just couldn't close the door on this underdog tonight. What a performance. Welcome to the arena. Zeth and Aster are ready for battle, though Aster enters as the clear favorite today. Aster just looks too sharp, taking a really clean opening win from the ramp. Expectations are definitely being met so far. Zeth is really struggling to find an answer, getting shut down completely while attempting to hold that ramp. That head-to-head dominance is really showing. He's simply too fast for Zeth, securing his third straight victory in a blur. Finally, some resistance from Zeth, answering back to keep things interesting. The odds on the underdog are definitely looking more attractive now. Aster really owns this specific rivalry, having won nearly 80% of their career matches together. It's honestly not a surprise to see the higher rated player maintaining that control. We'll see if Zeth can actually force a closer series than their last meeting. Zeth managed to play a better game from the Tetris, but Aster still holds a comfortable cushion. It's a tough mountain to climb for the rank 36 player. Aster is just cruising with a dominant 6-2 lead. Aster is simply continuing a long-term pattern of dominance. Aster is towering over Zeth with a massive 7-2 lead. The higher seed is just way too consistent tonight. Zeth holds that Tetris spot well, keeping things interesting and preventing Aster from just skating through this one. Aster didn't let Zeth breathe for long, quickly clearing him off that box to extend the lead. That gap in their ranking is definitely playing a role here. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly the one-sided affair we anticipated. Zed just can't find an opening against the higher rated player today. Let's see if Zed finds a gear. Aster has an incredible 70% win rate on this specific map, and honestly it feels like he's completely mapped out every angle Zeth is trying to use. It will take a drastic change in strategy for the underdog to claw back from this position. Zeth is refusing to just go down quietly, putting up a fight here in the later stages. Zeth is putting together a real run here, showing he can definitely trade blows with Aster. What a scramble. He barely scrapes through that exchange with a sliver of health left. An incredible recovery to secure that victory. Zeth controls the pace from the ramp and secures a crucial hold to stay alive. And that's it. Aster closes things out, finishing the fight right there to secure the series victory. He just looks like a completely different tier of player today, leaving Zeth with no real answers in the dirt. Welcome everyone. We have Zef and Omnic going head to head today on Mapas to see who comes out on top. Zed holds a narrow lead in their head-to-head history, winning 51% of their career meetings. It's a surprising edge given that he's currently the underdog on our ladder. He'll need that confidence to fight back from this early deficit. Zed is really finding his rhythm with a 2-1 lead. Unbelievable. He barely holds on with a sliver of health to even up the score. He's fighting hard to close that gap in the rankings. Zeth is surging ahead, now leading 3-2. This looks similar to that 13-7 win Zeth took in their last meeting. Zeth keeps the momentum with a commanding 4-2 lead. Omnic is really feeling the pressure after that tough series against Aster earlier. Absolutely chaotic exchange, but Omnic barely clings to life to get the edge. He's currently sitting just a few spots higher in our rating. Zef has put up a solid 43% win rate on this map over 100 battles. It's clearly giving him a comfort level that Omnic just isn't mirroring right now. He is really capitalizing on that familiarity. We're deadlocked at 5 apiece. This is getting tense. The higher ranked competitor is certainly starting to make his presence felt. Omnic is simply on fire right now, taking full control of the momentum. Zeth's overall win rate is usually way higher than what we're seeing here. We are all squared up at 6 apiece. It's a perfectly balanced start given how close these two have been in the past. Omnic is clearly playing with a lot of grit after those two near-death escapes. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic puts an end to that push and catches Zeth right on the ramp. The higher rated player is proving his place in the top 30. Back on even ground, Zeth and Omnic are tied up. It's a total toss-up at this stage. What a fight. He nearly let this one slip, but Omnic manages to secure a narrow victory. He's just refusing to go down today. Omnic takes a commanding 2-round cushion. That's an impressive rebound after his loss to Zeth earlier today. Zeth clawed back around to trail by just 1. He's fighting back after that tough loss to Aster today. Zeth is really picking up the pace now, mirroring the early stages of this match. He's really putting on a show in this final stretch. Absolute mayhem in that exchange, and Omnic barely makes it out alive. He just can't seem to stay down tonight. And we are back to a dead heat at 10 apiece. An incredible showing for a player currently sitting at 36th. The pace is just electric right now. We're seeing rounds fly by in seconds. A sharp finish to reclaim the advantage. That was an effortless shutdown, leaving Omnic just 1 more for the victory. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. What a finish. He claws through a brutal scramble to close out the match. Zeth really played the heart out of him, but those 5 times he was just a pixel away from death decided it. What a fight! Welcome to the stream. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. Aster has won an impressive 74% of their historical head-to-head encounters. It's interesting to see that contrast since Omnic actually took their most recent game. It will be a battle of consistency against a player who knows how to pull off an upset. Aster is holding the line with a 2-1 lead. Still trying to shake off that loss from the Blame Dunes duel. Omnic is really starting to seize control here, taking a momentum shift right as we hit the center of the early game. He's absolutely on fire right now, taking total control of this set. That's a nightmare start for the high-seeded player. He's completely taken over, extending this streak to 4 straight. The higher seed is really struggling to find any answers here. Aster finally finds his mark, breaking the momentum of the underdog. The experience of those 1,400 total games is starting to show. Total deadlock now, with both players tied at 4. The number 17 seed is really fighting to regain his poise. Unreal, Aster barely survives that chaotic brawl to keep the run going. He's firmly establishing himself as the favorite in this set. Omnic answers back immediately, leveling the score at 5-all. The gap in their overall ratings is practically non-existent right now. Aster just edges ahead with a slim 1-round lead. He's definitely utilizing that rank advantage to pull away. We're heading into the break with a dead heat at 6-6. I mean, everything is exactly where you'd expect it to be. Despite Aster's higher rank, Omnic is proving he can hang in this series. Let's see who finds their rhythm now. What a scramble. He barely scraped through that encounter with his life. The lower rated player is really defying the expectations today. Pure chaos now. They're locked in a 7-7 stalemate. Looking at those overall ratings, this is a total toss-up. Omnic pulls ahead by 1 in a tense battle. A strong showing from the number 31 seed so far. They're just trading rounds back and forth now, completely refusing to let the other gain any ground. He's clearly determined to avenge that loss from the Dunes. Incredible. He barely walked away from that absolute war of attrition with his life. He's definitely treating this set as a priority after that loss from the Dunes. Absolute perfection from Aster, who just completely erased the opposition and is now fully in the driver's seat. Omnic responds with a clean kill to narrow the gap. He's certainly not intimidated by that gap in the ladder. The speed of these exchanges is just wild. They're deciding these rounds in a heartbeat. A total contrast to the 13-16 result we saw just a while ago. He just shuts the door on a comeback attempt and is now on the verge of victory. Omnic stays composed, securing a flawless kill to keep his hopes alive. The pressure is mounting as he fights to avoid the defeat. He manages to outlast the final exchange and seals the match right here. Omnic played out of his mind for a huge chunk of that, but he just couldn't close it out. A legendary effort to keep it this tight. What a battle. Welcome to Italy. We've got Zeth taking on Aster, and the heavy favorite will have to stay sharp today. Aster holds a massive 321-86 lead in their lifetime head-to-head. It's clear he usually controls this matchup, but that dominance didn't show up in the opening exchange. Let's see if Zeth can keep the pressure on. Aster pulls ahead, but Zeth is still right there. He's looking really comfortable, a stark contrast to that rank 36 placement. Things are getting spicy here. Zeth is refusing to let Aster pull away early. Zeth's holding a thin lead as we hit round 6. Zeth is really fighting the tide after those tough losses earlier today. We are completely locked in a deadlock at 3-all. Zeth is putting on a real show here, refusing to just fold against the higher rank. Zeth is really shaking off those losses from earlier today. Aster is just too quick. He reads Zeth's movement and shuts him down from the wine perfectly. Aster regains a slim edge, leading 5-4. He's been in top form today with that 6-3 record. Absolute parity now, as Zeth forces a 5-5 tie. Pure talent gap on display, as he typically owns this rivalry. Zeth is really starting to stack up the wins here, capitalizing on those high ground spots to put Aster on his heels. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's completely flipped the script on the odds for this one. Aster has typically owned this matchup, but he's struggling to find an answer for Zeth's aggression right now. Time to see if Aster recovers. Zeth manages to hold his grip with a 7-6 cushion. His experience is starting to show as he finds his footing. Zeth is showing an incredible amount of resilience tonight, especially with the 4-5 result he's put up so far today. So yeah, it's a huge mental shift for him to be leading the scoreboard, given that Aster usually converts these meetings into a total blowout. He is really proving that the rating gap doesn't matter in this specific game. He's just untouchable right now, taking the round effortlessly to open up a 4-round lead. Aster answers back quickly, keeping the target in his sights to hold the run. The high-rated player is starting to reclaim some ground. Aster keeps this momentum going, securing another flawless kill to trim the gap. He's slowly erasing that initial deficit. And another one. He is simply too sharp right now, continuing his surge to close the distance. Zeth answers back immediately to put some distance between himself and his opponent. Aster is staying gritty, putting an end to that immediate threat with a lightning-fast shot. That was an effortless exchange to put Zeth one step away from victory. Zeth is truly making a statement today. What a way to close it out. Zeth secures the final shot and earns the victory. He just broke the cycle and finally climbed that mountain against a superior record. Absolute grit on display from the underdog. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Zeth taking on Omnic today in a rifle duel on red line. Zeth puts on the pressure immediately, coming out on top from the Tetris position. Zeth looks to reclaim some ground after that recent loss to him. Zeth really owns the long-term head-to-head with 234 wins over Omnic. It's a nice bit of confidence to have given how closely the recent games have gone. He's looking very comfortable right now. A dead heat now. Zeth and Omnic are completely tied. He seems to have a bit of the mental edge after their last encounter. Zeth is really fighting for control here, keeping things tight as we move into the 6th round. Omnic just cleaned him right off the ramp, keeping the momentum firmly on his side. A nice spot for the higher rated player to lean into. Omnic holds a slim lead as we start round 7. The rating gap isn't too wide, but the momentum is shifting. Simply too fast again. Omnic has just claimed 3 straight rounds. The lower ranked player is definitely feeling the heat right now. He's just unstoppable, catching Zeth right off the ramp for another effortless victory. Unbelievable. Zeth barely claws through that exchange, surviving with a sliver of health to disrupt the momentum. Omnic puts the hammer down, pushing his lead to 3 as Zeth just couldn't hold the ramp. His 40% win rate here usually gives him the advantage. Omnic heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, we expected a close fight, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Despite Zeth having the better history on this map, Omnic is playing very steadily right now. Time to flip the script. Absolute madness. Zeth barely clings to life with a single point of health to keep his comeback alive. Heart-stopping stuff. He's really fighting from the edge tonight. That's a perfectly clean strike to bring things level, showing some serious grit from Zeth. Everything is back on the table now. Omnic narrowly edges ahead by 1 as we hit round 15. Omnic is really putting the pressure on now, simply outplaying him even when Zeth tries to take the high ground. He's showing a lot of consistency compared to his 4-6 run today. He keeps climbing back, refusing to let this game slip away. It's a complete toss-up at this stage. Absolute precision here with Zeth moving closer to a total turnaround as he levels the series. He's showing why he remains the preferred pick in this matchup. What a fight! He barely survives that scramble from the Tetris to take a 10-9 lead. This is definitely an intense series compared to their usual clashes. He's completely in charge now, securing his 4th straight win without losing a single point of health. Omnic responds instantly to stop that surge and bring the game back within 1. These rounds are flying by. Omnic is reacting so quickly now that Zeth just can't find an opening. Zeth secures his advantage from the ramp, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Just a clean finish to secure that lead. What a way to close it out. Zeth stands tall to complete the comeback and take the series. He really proved to be the clutch player today, keeping his composure through those terrifyingly low health moments. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes for this match between Aster and Omnic, where the favorite looks strong heading into the duel. Aster historically owns this matchup with a huge 74% win rate over their opponent. So the pressure is really on him to prove that his high ranking isn't just a fluke today. It'll be interesting to see if he can flip the momentum. Aster is just too quick right now, picking up another easy round from the box. Omnic fights back to bring us all tied up. It's an uphill battle for someone sitting at 33rd on the ladder. Aster had the better read there, catching Omnic completely off guard while he was perched up high. He's looking very comfortable with that lead right now. Unreal, Aster barely scrapes through that fight from the box, surviving by a thread. He's showing why he's rated considerably higher on the ladder. Omnic is really stubborn right now, just completely ignoring the elevation to take that round. Aster is currently sitting on a 6-4 record today. It's clear he's finding a way to stabilize his play despite a tough loss just before this match. He looks very focused on maintaining this gap. Aster edges ahead with a slim 5-4 lead. It's a tough spot for the lower seeded player to climb from. Omnic is on a roll right now, pulling the plug on Aster's high ground advantage to tie this thing up. A totally untouched round for Omnic, shutting everything down from the box as he heads into the break. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. Well, it's actually impressive to see Omnic hold his ground this well. He's managed to keep the score level despite the huge historical gap between them. Time to see who blinks first. Aster reclaims a narrow one-round lead over Omnic. A really solid performance considering how high his rank sits. Aster's building a nice cushion now, leading 8-6. That victory on Blame Orange seems to be weighing on him. Absolute perfection from Aster, who just completely erased the pressure from the other side. He's simply not letting up, extending his run to 4 straight. He's really making a statement after that narrow loss to Zed. Omnic puts a stop to the momentum, securing a clean win from the box. He's fighting through a really tough day overall. The speed of these exchanges is just incredible. Aster is really putting the pressure on now. That was an incredibly quick exchange to bring Omnic back into the game. He's showing some serious grit, staying composed to put a dent in the lead. The underdog is starting to look much more confident now. What a scramble! Aster barely survives that trade and now stands on the verge of victory. Absolutely incredible. Aster claws through the carnage to secure the victory. He really refused to go down, keeping himself in the game with those narrow escapes. Just a valiant effort from Omnic. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we've got Zeth and Esther facing off on Fast Aim today. Esther enters this one as the clear favorite. Esther has completely controlled this rivalry, winning 79% of their previous encounters. But Zeth actually came out on top in their most recent head-to-head. It'll be interesting to see if he can push that momentum further today. Goodness! Esther barely claws his way out of that scramble from the ramp to make it 3 straight. The ranking gap is really starting to show here. A complete blowout as he picks the opponent right off the ramp to extend the lead. A tough spot for the number 36 ranked player. Absolute perfection as he pulls another one off the ramp to reach 5 straight. He's looking every bit the superior seed right now. He's simply too fast today, ending this duel in a blink. That's a stark contrast to the result we saw in their last series. A messy exchange, but he holds his ground to secure a 7th straight victory. His overall map statistics really back up this run. Just a total shutdown for Zeth as the streak hits 8. It's a total reversal from that close series they had earlier today. The onslaught simply won't end as he cruises to a 9th straight victory. He's clearly in a different gear today. What a scramble. He nearly gives it away but just manages to hold on for 10 straight. He's certainly living up to the expectation as the heavy favorite. Zeth finally answers back from the ramp to end that long run. His overall historical win rate against Zeth is definitely looming over this series. Esther heads into the break with a commanding 10-2 lead. I mean, it's exactly what we predicted coming into the game. He's putting a huge grip on the series early. Zeth needs a huge spark here. Zeth is putting up a serious fight here, putting together a nice little run of rounds. He's definitely starting to find some confidence now. Esther shuts the door on that little comeback attempt and puts himself back in total control. The higher rated player is quickly getting back into his flow. A lightning fast response from Esther to seize control again and put himself on match point. Zeth puts on a show from the ramp to keep the dream alive. He's finally showing some teeth in this series. Unbelievable. He just completely dismantled his opponent, refusing to let the game slip away. Zeth is finally playing with some real urgency now. Another clean exchange for Zeth, continuing his run as the pressure mounts. The momentum has shifted completely as we enter the final stretch. He's just untouchable right now, grabbing another one from the ramp to keep this climb going. It's a complete flip from how things looked at the half. Game over. He seals the victory with a crisp finish from the window. Zeth definitely had some highlights, but he just couldn't keep up with the pace of that top tier aim today. Welcome to the arena, everyone. Zeth and Omnic are stepping up for this match, and Zeth looks to hold on to his lead. Omnic really came out swinging there, catching Zeth right as he stepped onto the Tetris. He's trying to shake off a tough stretch after 4 straight losses. Emotion meets Zeth generally holds a slight advantage in their head-to-head matchups. It's surprising to see him struggle this early given he just won their most recent game. I wonder if he can flip the script before the gap widens further. Emotion meets... Omnic is rolling now, holding a commanding 3-1 lead. It's a much needed result for a player who's been struggling today. These early exchanges are incredibly quick. Omnic is just out-reacting him right now. That was an absolute slugfest, but Omnic edges out the fight to move up to 5 games. He's really capitalizing on his higher ladder seed right now. Omnic just dismantled that position on the ramp to extend his lead to 6. He's putting on a clinic despite that loss to Zeth earlier today. Zeth manages to trade back around, showing he can still compete. The head-to-head history leans slightly in his favor. Zeth has put up an impressive 6-6 record over the last 24 hours. That stability is really showing as he claws back into this series. If he can keep up this momentum, those 3-round deficit feels a lot smaller. Emotion mid-Zeth looked much more comfortable in their trade, taking advantage of the high ground on the ramp to pull back even closer Emotion mid. Emotion mid Omnic holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, he's defying the odds here given Zeth's much stronger map win rate. He'll need to keep this pace if he wants to shut the door on the series Emotion mid. Time to see if the momentum shifts. Omnic pushes the lead back to 8, staying dominant. He's definitely playing with more confidence after that rough start to the day. Zeth completely shuts that down, refusing to let the gap widen as he continues this push. What a scrap! He holds the line from the Tetris and scrapes through a grueling fight to bring the game even closer. That's a massive amount of pressure to handle with such low health. Omnic still maintains a 2-point cushion over Zeth. Omnic is fighting through a really rough patch in the rankings lately. Omnic has firmly seized control, leading by 3. It's a strong showing given he struggled to find a win in his previous few games. Zeth secures a perfect round from the box, proving he's not going away just yet. It is surprising to see Zeth this composed after a rough start. Unbelievable. He barely survives with a single point of health after a complete war of attrition. Absolutely nerve-wracking to watch a duel end on a single hit. Omnic reads him perfectly and puts him down right off that box. He's really putting his higher seed to use in these closing games. A crushing blow as Omnic just wiped him off the Tetris to reach match point. A really clean shot to wrap up that exchange. He's just not letting this series end, clawing back one more round to keep the hope alive. Zeth stays ice cold, dominating from the Tetris to put immense pressure on the series. Unbelievable, Zeth barely holds on with a sliver of life to force this match into overtime. Absolute chaos as we head into the extra frames. A patient exchange ends with Omnic coming out completely unscathed to seize the advantage. That's a much better look for someone who's gone 4-8 recently. Omnic just plucked him right off the box, showing he's got the upper hand right now. What a fight! Zeph barely hangs on in a grueling war of attrition to keep the pressure mounting. A truly gritty way to keep this game going. Zeth just can't be stopped. He wipes the slate completely clean to bring this series level. Absolute perfection from his end to force a deadlock. Omnic takes control of the engagement and shuts down that high ground effort. He just completely nullified the advantage of the boost. What a finish! Omnic secures the final kill and closes out the entire series. Zeph was just very out of time, putting up a hell of a fight to stay alive in those late rounds. He really forced him to earn this one. What a grueling series. Welcome to Orange. We have Aster and Omnic facing off today, with the favorite looking to keep their momentum going. Aster has clearly owned this rivalry, taking 74% of their previous meetings. The early lead doesn't change the fact that he's usually the one in control here. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can actually hold the line. Omnic is really cooking, pushing a 2-1 lead. He's coming in strong with an 8-4 record today. Omnic is starting to put some real pressure on the favorite early on. The rating gap is definitely not playing a role here. Omnic keeps the lead, sitting one up on Aster. The skill gap should start showing soon. Omnic is just relentless, now extending that lead to 4-2. This back and forth is getting intense as Aster manages to claw one back. He's clearly the more experienced fighter in this pair. Omnic is really defying the odds here, since his general win rate is only 34%. So yeah, it's a stark contrast to the lead he's building. We have to wonder if this is just a temporary hot streak. Aster shows some grit here, clawing back to within 2 rounds. Clean execution to get back in the fight. Omnic is playing some high impact rounds here, taking the fight straight to Aster on the ramp. Omnic has really turned the tide since their last meeting. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he is playing way above his usual 34% win rate right now. The underdog is putting on a serious show, and Aster looks completely rattled. Let's see if the momentum holds. Omnic is still firmly in command at 8-5. He's really making his presence felt despite being ranked 32nd. A tough battle, but Aster secures another point as he continues this push to close the gap. He's fighting to prove why he belongs in the top 25. Omnic holds a solid 3-round cushion now. The underdog is really making a case for himself today. That was an effortless shot, and he is quickly closing the gap to just 2 rounds. That was practically a blink of an eye. He's not backing down, securing another round to keep this rally alive. He's quickly turning this into a dead heat. Omnic maintains a tight 2-round buffer over Aster. He's really shaking off that last defeat between them. Aster just completely shut that down, keeping the pressure high as he continues this impressive climb. Absolute perfection there. He has completely erased the deficit and we're dead even. He's totally locked in right now. He's absolutely on fire, taking a commanding lead in the series. Everything about this feels like the match we expected from the start. Aster is simply unstoppable right now, strolling into a 12-10 lead and putting himself just one step away from victory. The pressure is really weighing on Omnic now. A huge save by Omnic, digging himself out of a hole to keep his hopes alive. A crucial hold to keep this contest breathing. What a way to close it out! He secures a perfect final round to complete an incredible comeback victory. He really had to sweat for it this time, but he managed to hold on against a very hungry opponent. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League duels. We're on Italy for this match between Zeth and the heavily favored Aster. Aster has won nearly 80% of their encounters throughout their history. I mean, it's a massive track record that usually puts Zeth at a huge disadvantage. He'll need to keep this early momentum going if he wants to flip the script today. He is absolutely on fire right now, completely shutting the door on any response from Aster. That was a brutal exchange, but Aster survives the brawl to get back into this. The favorite is finally showing some life here. Zeth holds a commanding 4-1 lead right now. The underdog is making a statement today. A totally untouched performance there, showing he refuses to let Zeth run away with this set. It's a welcome sight for the higher ranked man. Zeth has a 37% lifetime win rate, which makes this current lead even more impressive. He's usually the one struggling in these types of matchups. It will be interesting to see if he can actually maintain this gap against the player of Aster's caliber. He is simply outclassing the opposition right now, making it a 5-round gap. A quick response from Aster to stop the slide. He really is the more consistent force today. Zeth is just dominating with an 8-3 lead. He's really ignoring the ladder difference today. Zeth takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is a total shock considering Aster owns nearly 80% of their head-to-head history. He is simply outplaying the top seed right now. Time to see if Aster wakes up. Zeth is practically untouchable, pushing his lead to 10-3. A night to remember for the rank 36 contender. Zeth is putting on a show. He's simply not giving Aster any room to breathe right now. Aster is finally finding some stability, refusing to let Zeth close this out too quickly. A fierce exchange that ends with Zeth coming out on top, putting him 1 round away from victory. What a performance! Zeth closes out the final exchange to secure the victory. He just completely dismantled the favorite today, proving that past records mean nothing once the round starts. Welcome to the stream. Zeth and Omnic are stepping into the arena for a great match on red line. Zeth holds a slight edge in their head-to-head history with 235 wins over Omnic. It's an interestingly close rivalry, and while they're quite evenly matched in overall rating, Zeth seems to have the upper hand in these specific exchanges. Let's see if that historical advantage carries him through this set. Zeth claws back to a deadlock, bringing us to 9-all. Zeth just needed a tiny bit of breathing room, and he's certainly got that now. Omnic just found the opening from the ramp to bring this set back to an even 10 apiece. Zeth secures that advantage from the ramp, taking a one-round lead as we enter the final stretch. A huge stop for Zeth, who picks his opponent off the ramp to put himself one round away from victory. What a finish! Zeth closes it out with a perfect final burst to secure the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't find the final push to close it out. What a fight! Welcome to the stream. Aster and Omnic are facing off in Mapas, with Aster stepping in as the heavy favorite today. Aster has a really strong hold on this specific rivalry with 388 total wins over Omnic, and he's coming into this with a lot more confidence after their last face-off. It's clearly a tough mountain for Omnic to climb right now. What a fight! He barely walks away from that exchange with his life. Omnic is really struggling to put these together right now. A complete deadlock at 2-all for these two. The lower rated player is putting up a real fight here. Omnic has snatched the lead, pushing it to 3-2. The momentum has completely shifted, as he claims a third straight win without taking any damage. A huge shift for the number 33 spot. He's simply outclassing Aster right now, marking off another flawless round to secure a 4-round surge. Aster answers back instantly, proving he's not going to just let his opponent steamroll through this match. He is refusing to crumble under the pressure, narrowing the gap to just 1 round. Omnic is fighting through some very tough odds, as his overall win rate sits at just 34%. I mean, he's effectively playing against the grain of his own history here. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually close this out against a superior rated opponent. Omnic takes a surprising lead at 8-4, well, he's completely flipped the script on the rankings today. Aster has plenty of skill to lean on, but he needs to figure out how to stop the bleeding fast. Time for a clean slate. Aster picks up a point, trailing 8-5. He's finally starting to look like a top 20 player. A spotless exchange here as he continues to claw his way back into the game. The gap between these two is narrowing with every single shot. He's absolutely on fire now, continuing a fierce rally to bring this game right back into contention. Incredible! He's fully erased that deficit, bringing the series back to a dead heat. A completely different game than the one we saw in the first half. Omnic secures a tight win here, regaining a 1-round advantage. A very impressive showing for the lower rated competitor tonight. Absolute poise from the favorite to force a deadlock at 9-all. Both players are fighting for every single inch of ground. Omnic edges ahead once more, holding a 10-9 lead. It's a total toss-up now, despite Aster being the heavy favorite. He just won't quit, fighting his way back to a dead heat at 10-all. Neither side is willing to give an inch as they head into the final stretch. Unbelievable, he survives a brutal exchange from the ramp with almost nothing left in the tank. Absolute grit to pull through with just a sliver of health left. This is becoming a complete toss-up. I can't believe how close this has stayed. The gap on the ladder doesn't seem to matter today. He looks completely locked in, just one step away from a huge victory. His higher standing is finally proving a difference at this stage. What a result! He completes an incredible recovery to claim the victory. Omnic really pushed the favorite to the limit, but he just couldn't find that last bit of luck to close it out. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Zeth and Esther facing off, with Esther entering as the clear favorite today. Esther holds a huge historical advantage here, having won about 79% of their total encounters. It's a daunting mountain for Zeth to climb, especially since he's historically struggled to find a footing on this map. This should be a tough grind for him to stay competitive. Esther really knows how to use the high ground to keep the pressure on Zeth. Esther is dominating this set with a commanding 3-1 lead. He's definitely making the most of that rating advantage. Zeth is fighting back, but Esther still holds a slim lead. He seems to be carrying some confidence over from that Italy win. These two are swapping rounds rapidly, but Esther is starting to pull a bit further ahead. Esther has finished the day with an impressive 10-5 record. He is clearly in great form right now, and that confidence is translating into a very comfortable lead in this match. It will take a significant shift in momentum for Zeth to even get back into this. What an intense exchange! Esther barely survives a brutal firefight, dragging himself to a 4th straight victory. Zeth manages to trade back around, cutting into the deficit. He's showing plenty of grit despite the rating gap here. Esther is just relentless, pushing his lead to 8-3. Looking at that 17th place seed, the ladder difference is evident. Esther heads into the break with a 9-3 lead. Well, everything is going exactly according to plan here. Zeth is struggling to keep up with the pace as the favorite takes full control of the map. Esther is simply too quick. He caught Zeth right off the box to put a huge grip on this set. Zeth has purely been the underdog in this rivalry. Zeth is just completely outmatched right now. He can't find any answer for the pace Esther is setting. Zeth manages to take that one down from the box, preventing Esther from extending his lead even further. That was a total shutdown. Esther is now just one round away from wrapping this up. He's just completely outclassed the field throughout this set. Game over. Esther shuts the door with a precise shot to end it all. He just looked too sharp today. Zeth couldn't find any answers for that speed throughout the entire set. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Zeth and Omnic are heading to Orange to see who comes out on top. Zeth holds a slim edge in their all-time head-to-head, having won 236 total rounds in their history together. It's interesting because he also took the win in their very last encounter. Now, we just have to see if those historical trends can hold up today. Omnic has officially seized the lead at 2-1. He's definitely shaken off that tough loss to Aster. Zeth has really flipped the script here, putting the pressure back on Omnic after that initial stumble. He's simply on a roll now, taking total control of the server. Omnic is really struggling to get things going today. The momentum swings back again, as we're deadlocked at 3-3. It's a complete toss-up between these two right now. Zeth claws back ahead with a 4-3 lead. Omnic really needs to shake those recent losses from his head. Omnic has a tough set of results lately, going 5-11 over the last day. It's clear he's fighting an uphill battle against a player who feels much more settled right now. It'll be a struggle for him to bridge this gap. He's completely shifted the tide, taking 3 straight to widen that gap. Looking at their ratings, these two are nearly identical on the ladder. He's just too fast, putting together a commanding 4-round string of wins. He's making the most of a really rough day for the other guy. Unreal, he barely survives that brawl, clutching out the round with practically nothing left. It's an unexpected dominant display from the lower rated player today. Zeth takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, we expected a tight contest based on their ratings, but Zeth is just playing on another level right now. He's in total control as we head to the side switch. Time for a total reset. Zeth is just relentlessly cruising at 10-3. It is a worrying trend for the underperformer today. Zeth is simply too sharp right now, and he's putting Omnic in a really deep hole. His current form is a massive departure from that loss to Aster. Omnic just managed to break that streak, which is a big relief for him right now. Despite the score, Omnic is actually the higher ranked of the two. Omnic is starting to put up a real fight here, closing the gap with a pair of quick wins. He's a lot more awake now after those early rounds. What a scrap! Both players were practically dead, but he manages to scrape through for the win. It's a rough stretch for the higher ranked player to overcome. A totally effortless finish for Omnic to secure another round. A much cleaner exchange this time around. That was a tense standoff, but he manages to shut it down and keep the fight alive. He's trying to prove he can hang with the upper echelon today. Unbelievable! Zeth manages to claw his way through that disaster of a fight to seal the match. He really proved that ranking doesn't mean everything today, walking away with another win in this rivalry. Welcome everyone, we have Aster taking on Omnic here in the arena. Aster enters as the clear favorite for this match. Aster holds a huge advantage with a 74% win rate in their overall history together. And we saw that play out just recently when he narrowly won their last head-to-head. Omnic really needs to find an answer quickly if he wants to keep this competitive. Goodness, he survives by a thread. A brutal exchange that leaves him nearly empty, but he keeps the perfect start alive. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just completely owning the server. Omnic's poor run from his previous match is spilling over here. Finally a point for Omnic, who just completely shut that down. He's fighting an uphill battle today given that ranking difference. Aster is just cruising along with that 5-1 lead. The skill gap between them is definitely showing here. Aster has really flourished today, putting up an 11-5 record over the last 24 hours. And that high level of confidence is translating directly into this scoreline. He's simply operating at a different speed than Omnic right now. Aster is just relentless, pushing his lead to 6-2. He has a lot of ground to make up after those 3 losses earlier today. Omnic closed one back, narrowing the gap to 6-3. A really tight sequence to keep the pressure on. He's looking dangerous now, taking full control with 3 straight rounds in his favor. The favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable right now. A quick response from Aster to reclaim the lead ahead of the interval. We've got a 7-5 lead for Aster heading into the break. It's a close result, but the top seed is still comfortably in the driver's seat. He's playing exactly how we expected him to. Fresh start for both players. Aster extends his grip, pulling ahead to 8-5. Omnic is really feeling the pressure after those tough losses earlier today. Aster just keeps piling it on, moving to 9-5. A steep climb ahead for the rank 35 player. Another quick burst of fire and Aster keeps the momentum rolling with a clean headshot. He just can't stop this momentum, shutting everything down from the ramp. It looks like a recurring nightmare for the number 35 seed. Omnic manages to find the opening here, slowing down the bleeding. That second win for Omnic is a small victory given the overall numbers. A measured engagement, but Aster comes out on top and now needs just one more to seal the series. He's simply playing his usual high-tier game. A surprisingly lengthy stare down here, but he finally finds the mark to keep himself in the game. It's just a glancing blow against the top-seeded player. He holds his nerve to secure another one, preventing the series from ending right now. Still a monumental hill to climb for the underdog. What a scrap! He digs deep to survive that exchange and keeps his hopes alive with another win. He is genuinely starting to look like the stronger player right now. And that's it. He puts on a clinic to close out the series. He's simply in another league today and he's not letting a single opportunity slide. Welcome everyone, we're on fast aim today as Zeph takes on the heavily favored Aster. Let's get started. Emotion mid, Aster typically wins nearly 80% of their encounters, making this early lead for Zeph a real surprise. It's quite a turnaround given that Aster completely shut him down in their most recent series. We have to see if Zeph can actually keep this momentum going emotion mid. Zeph is really playing with an edge right now, catching Aster right as he stepped up the ramp. Zeph is firmly in control with a 3-1 lead. He's really shaking off that rough 4-13 loss they shared earlier. Aster claws one back to trail by just a single point. Both players are keeping things tight in these early exchanges. Aster is starting to look like the favorite again, putting a real squeeze on Zeph right now. Zeth has an uphill battle today, given that historical head-to-head record. Aster manages a strong response from the ramp, completely overturning the tide with 3 straight wins. He's simply unstoppable right now, picking up another victory to keep this hot streak alive. Absolute control from the favorite as he cuts Zeph down off the ramp, extending that streak to 5. The gap in their ratings is starting to show here. He's completely in the driver's seat now, clearing him off the ramp for a 6th straight victory. The gap in the ladder rankings is becoming very apparent right now. Just a complete shutdown as he moves into a 7-round tier. Zeth really needs to dig deep to avoid another blowout like their last meet. Aster takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly what the analysts predicted. He really put on a show with an 8-round streak to completely take over this first half. Zeth needs a serious spark here. Aster has a massive historical advantage with over 300 total wins against Zeth. It's clear he's converting that confidence into a dominant performance today. Zeth is going to have to make a drastic adjustment to prevent a complete washout. Aster holds a commanding 10-5 lead. Zeth is showing a lot of resilience by clawing back 2 more. A total shutout. He's just completely shut down his opponent to take 3 straight. He manages to secure another quick victory to stay in the driver's seat. Another effortless flick puts the pressure right back on Zeth. Aster is now just a single round away from victory. What a way to close it out. Aster seals the victory with a perfect final sequence. Just a total statement from the top seed today. Zeth fought hard, but he just couldn't find an answer for those lightning fast reactions. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Zeth and Omnic facing off on Mappas to see who takes the win. Zeth currently holds a slight edge in their head-to-head history, and that psychological advantage seems to be carrying over since he just beat Omnic in their last encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can find some answers here. Zeth is just dominating this early game. Omnic really needs to snap that 5-game slump he's been in. Wow, what a scramble. He almost went down there, but he just barely clings to the lead. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that exchange to keep the streak alive. A rough stretch for the challenger, who's currently 5-13 today. He's just untouchable right now, moving to a perfect 5-0 start. The gap in rating between them is minimal, but the difference in form is stark. Finally a round for the challenger to get back on the board. It's a tight gap between them on the ladder right now. Zeth has a really deep historical advantage here, leading their head-to-head count 237 to 229. It's clear that familiarity is playing a role in how efficiently he's cleaning up these rounds. He just needs to stay patient to close this out. Zeth is practically cruising with a commanding 7-2 lead. Both of these guys are sitting pretty close in our rating. Zeth is putting a massive amount of pressure on Omnic right now, making it look easy. Zeth manages to hold that ramp perfectly, keeping his momentum high as we head toward the break. The pressure is really mounting for someone who struggled this much today. Zeth goes into the break with a huge 10-2 lead. I mean, we expected this to be a toss-up, but he's just outclassing Omnic right now. He looks far too comfortable for the challenger to catch up. Time for a quick reset. Omnic really stepped up his game there, reacting way faster than Zeth while he was holding the ramp. Both of these competitors are sitting in the bottom 10 on the ladder. What a fight! Omnic barely survives this one, barely clinging on as he drops the ramp user. A narrow gap separates these two on the leaderboard. Omnic is completely locked in now, taking down another round without losing a single hit of health. He's really fighting against that rough 5-13 run from earlier today. Absolutely effortless. He's just refusing to let the lead slip away now. The tide is turning for a guy who's been struggling today. He's simply unstoppable right now, picking up another clean round to push this surge further. He's showing a lot of grit after those tough losses to Aster earlier. Simply incredible. He's now claimed 6 straight to keep this comeback alive. The underdog is completely flipping the script on this matchup. Zeth puts a stop to that slide, catching him from the blue to extend his lead. He's reclaiming control of the match, putting himself just one step from victory. The experience difference is showing in these final moments. What a frantic exchange. Omnic digs deep to pull this one out in a total brawl. Absolute chaos in that exchange, with a tiny slice of health left. Zeth secures the victory with a hard-fought exchange to close out the series. Omnic put up a massive fight to push it this deep, but he just couldn't close the gap. He really fought until the end. What a match! Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Esther and Omnic are facing off on Italy, where Esther enters as the heavy favorite. Esther is currently enjoying a 4-match winning streak. It's a huge contrast to Omnic, who has been struggling through a tough run of losses lately. We're seeing that momentum translate into an early lead right away. He's absolutely on fire, making it a perfect start so far. The skill difference is on full display here. Esther is putting on a clinic, not letting up for a single second. It's a tough afternoon for the number 36 seed. The pressure is mounting as Esther continues to steamroll through the early stage of this map. He simply isn't missing, moving closer to a double-digit lead. The head-to-head dominance here is just staggering. Omnic finally gets one back with a swift response. He's really desperate for a win after that tough string of losses. Aster has a massive historical edge here with a 74% win rate in their head-to-head encounters. And he's clearly riding that confidence today. I mean, it's almost impossible for Omnic to find a foothold when the history is this one-sided. Let's see if he can actually claw back. A frantic exchange, but Aster comes out on top to reclaim control of the map. He's really putting his higher rank to use today. A quick exchange that goes in his favor, keeping things interesting as we head into the break. Aster takes a 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly, he's just proving why he's the top pick today. Omnic needs a huge change in strategy if he wants to salvage any rounds here. Time for the side swap. Omnic barely stopped the bleeding, trailing 9-4. It's a huge uphill climb given the gap in their ratings. Aster holds a commanding 9-5 advantage now. A lightning fast round to keep the momentum rolling. A complete shutout for the trailing player who now has a 3-round surge going. A truly unexpected turn for the guy sitting at rank 36. A sharp react to end that run, putting him right back in the driver's seat. Esther is moving quickly through this set. Just a couple more and it's all over for Omnic. Omnic is refusing to just fade away here, managing to trade blows with the higher seed. It's been a rough outing for the 36th ranked player. Omnic is putting up a real fight now, narrowing the gap with those 2 quick rounds. What a way to seize the lead. Aster is now just a single round away from the victory. Incredible fight, but Aster manages to survive the brawl and seals the victory. He's certainly keeping that dominant run of form alive. Omnic showed some grit, but he just couldn't keep up with that pace. Welcome everyone. We're on orange for a match between Zeth and the heavily favored Aster. Good luck to both. Aster has this head-to-head historic dominance with a win rate around 79%. And that clear advantage usually translates into a huge mental edge when they're facing off. We have to see if Zeth can find a way to disrupt that momentum early. Aster holds the lead, but Zeth is fighting back. The difference in skill level on the ladder is showing. Aster is really putting on the pressure here. We're starting to see that gap in experience manifest. That gap in the ratings is starting to feel quite wide. A tough exchange for Zeth as he just can't find the finishing shot to stop this run. He looks completely in control after that previous win on fast aim. The momentum is completely shifted as he puts together 4 straight kills. Zeth is having a rough time today after that loss on fast aim. Absolute perfection, he's just tearing through the opposition right now. It is becoming a very long day for Zeth. He just cannot find a way to halt this surge, extending the streak to 6. His form in the last 10 games really reflects the gap here. He's completely locked in, and that's 7 straight for the leader. Zeth's rank at 33 isn't helping him find an answer today. He is just untouchable right now, extending his streak to 8 rounds. Zeth manages to fight back and snag this one for himself. Just a glimmer of hope for the underdog here. It's 10-2 heading into the break. And honestly, this is exactly what we expected to see. Aster is just too strong for Zeth on this map, where he boasts a 75% win rate. Zeth needs some magic here. Zeth is just completely outmatched. He's not finding any answers for those fast reactions. He's looking absolutely flawless today with a 14-5 record. A fierce exchange ends with Aster coming out on top, putting him just 1 round away from victory. Zeth is just struggling to keep up with that elite level of play. A crisp reaction from Zeth to keep the dream alive. He's definitely showing more fight than we saw earlier in the set. Another fast reflex win for Zeth, keeping this series alive for now. A really sudden turnaround in confidence for Zeth. And there it is. Aster closes the door and finishes the match with a totally clean kill. A really one-sided affair from start to finish. Zeth just couldn't bridge that gap in skill today. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Zeth taking on Omnic today to see who can claim victory in this duel. Zeth starts things off strong, capitalizing on that high ground for a quick lead. Omnic is really struggling to put a win together right now. What a scramble! He just barely survives that exchange from the box to take a 2-0 lead. Omnic proves he's the more comfortable player on this specific map, quickly picking Zeth off that elevated spot. Omnic is really starting to exert his will here, quickly neutralizing Zeth, even with the height advantage. He's completely taken over this match, deleting Zeth from the box for a third straight victory. He's just untouchable right now, closing out another one without taking any damage. A complete reversal from their recent clash on Mapas. Simply relentless as he continues this charge with another round in the books. He is playing way above his typical form right now. Zeth manages to knock him off the box, showing some real grit to keep this fight alive. He's showing a bit more resistance now. Zeth holds a steady overall lead in their history with a 51% win rate. Well, but that historical edge hasn't helped him find his footing today. He's already dropped a high-stakes match earlier in the day, which might be weighing on his confidence right now. He just can't be stopped, putting a huge 5-round lead on the board before the half. It is 8-4 in favor of Omnic. Well, the disadvantaged player is really making a statement here. He's simply owning the server, erasing his recent struggle with a huge first half lead. Zeth needs a big wake-up call. Zeth finally claws one back, cutting it to 8-5. Both of these guys have really struggled to find a consistent run today. Omnic is firmly in control at 9-5. He's certainly making up for those recent struggles. Zeth is currently sitting as the 33rd highest rated player in our league, and honestly, that small gap in experience seems to be bridging the divide as he claws back into this series. He's certainly fighting harder to close the gap now. Omnic is still in the driver's seat at 10-7. He's showing a bit more composure after that tough outing against Aster. Another rapid fire round for Zeth, who's starting to look dangerous as he pushes for a comeback. The slight favorite is finally starting to push back. What a run! He completely owns this side of the map, now taking another quick win from the box. A complete shift in momentum as the score tightens up. Omnic halts that momentum immediately, keeping a 2-round cushion. A crisp shot puts Omnic just one more away from the victory. He's just completely outplaying him in these short bursts. Absolutely incredible. Omnic closes out the series with a lightning-fast shot to secure the win. It looks like the lower seed finally found his footing today, managing to flip the script on their previous meeting. Welcome everyone, we're at the arena for a clash between Aster and Omnic. The favorite looks strong, but anything can happen. Aster has traditionally owned this matchup, winning 74% of their encounters. And that history seems to be weighing on Omnic given the recent result from their previous map together. It'll be a hard climb for the underdog if he can't find a way to break that psychological hold. He is completely untouchable right now, extending the lead to 3-0. Unreal. Omnic claws back into this with a desperate scramble, surviving on a mere sliver of health. That's another clean one for Omnic, who is showing some serious grit to close the gap. Aster answers back, pushing the lead to 4-2. He really is a cut above him in overall skill. The resilience is showing as he manages to hold his ground and keep this fight close. He's purely on fire right now, squaring up the score completely. The pressure is really shifting onto the favorite now. Aster regains his footing, moving ahead 5-4. The 14 seed is starting to put on a show. Aster is absolutely dominating the current day with 15 wins and only 5 losses. Look, that level of confidence is evident in how he's controlling the pace of this series. I think we're seeing a huge divide in mental strength here. Aster heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see. The top seed looks comfortably in charge, making full use of his 71% map win rate here. Time to see if Omnic adjusts. Aster's just cruising now with a commanding 9-4 lead. That's a nightmarish run for someone sitting at rank 36. What a scramble! Both players were shredded in that trade, but Aster manages to scrape through with the win. The rating gap is really showing up in this set. Omnic is fighting back, catching Aster completely off guard while he was perched on the ramp. He's fighting an uphill battle against a truly elite performer. Aster is just ruthless, extending his lead to 10-6. He's really digging in his heels now. Omnic had a moment there, but Aster quickly shuts that down and puts himself in a prime position to close this out. That was a chaotic exchange, but Aster comes out on top and is now just one round away from victory. The skill floor is just too high for Omnic to bridge. A solid response here, as Omnic manages to knock him off the ramp. The pressure is mounting as he tries to hold off the momentum. Another effortless take for Omnic, who just refuses to go quietly. The momentum shift is undeniable as he secures another quick finish to keep the dream alive. He's absolutely on a roll, claiming a 4th straight victory to stay in this game. Absolutely stunning. He has surged back to make it a one-round game, continuing a fierce charge. Unbelievable. He's forced his tie and enters overtime, riding an incredible wave of momentum. Aster finally halts the slide, trading blows to reclaim a narrow advantage in this overtime battle. A tough break for the underpowered side in this pairing. What an absolute war. Omnic barely survives that exchange to bring the score level at 13-13. His nerves are absolutely steel in this overtime pressure cooker. The pace is just electric right now. These encounters are ending in a flash. He's really proving why he holds the superior ladder spot. A quick response from Aster, seizing control of this series once again. He is playing exactly to the level of his high seeding. Omnic manages to keep himself in this fight, refusing to let the match slip away. It's getting harder to remember who the favorite was tonight. He's simply refusing to fold, digging deep to secure a huge tie and put himself in a position to end it all right now. Omnic takes a nail-biting lead at 16-15. Omnic is staring down the finish line at 17-15. This is a complete reversal from how the match started. Omnic keeps pulling away, now leading 18-15. His confidence is through the roof after this turnaround. Aster clawed back, narrowing the gap to 16-18. He's fighting for survival against a superior opponent. Omnic holds a commanding 19-16 lead now. He's finally shaken off that head-to-head ghost and puts a massive dent in the favorite's perfect record. Just an unbelievable shift in energy from the bottom seed. What a match. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Zeth and Aster facing off on Mepes, with Aster entering as the clear favorite today. Aster really controls the history here with 325 total wins over Zeth. And honestly, he's looking quite comfortable lately with a high win percentage in his last 10 games. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can actually shake that head-to-head trend today. Zeth has snatched the lead, putting Aster on the ropes. Zeth is really fighting through those rating gaps today. It's essentially a coin flip right now, and they've traded rounds back and forth since the start. A tough spot for him coming off that recent loss to Omni. Aster clawed back to lead 3-2 after that exchange. His 14 ranking is really starting to show here. And just like that, Zeth forces a deadlock at 3-3. He's proving he can hang with a player of that caliber. Zeth is putting on some serious pressure right now, extending his lead and keeping the momentum in his favor. He's simply too fast right now, securing another effortless win to keep this streak going. Aster trades some damage but comes out on top to stop that run. He's definitely showing why he has that massive win rate advantage overall. Zeth is playing completely fearless, just clearing out Aster from the ramp to extend his cushion. Zeth maintains his slim edge with a 6-5 advantage. The experience is starting to play a part here. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a huge surprise given how Aster has completely owned this rivalry. The underdog is actually in the driver's seat right now. Let's see if Aster can adjust. Zeth holds onto his one-round cushion at 7-6. He's certainly enjoying his better form throughout this session. Zeth's 44% win rate on this map is a low bar for him, but he's playing well above that average today. He's really capitalizing on this momentum to put Aster in an uncomfortable position. Aster is starting to fight back, taking this round without taking any damage. The favorite is finally starting to settle in. Another lightning fast round for the favorite, who continues to chip away at the deficit. He's completely erased that deficit, bringing the match back to a dead heat. Zeth is fighting a brutal uphill battle against a truly top-tier talent. Zeth manages to secure the duel and reclaimed a one-round lead. Really puts the focus on that 34th spot on the ladder. Zeth is on a roll now, just 2 rounds away from pulling off a huge upset. A wild shift from that last close encounter they had today. Absolute control from the favorite. He's now just 1 step away from sealing this match. A lightning quick series of wins for the underdog. Aster refuses to go down without a fight, stepping up with a perfect shot to keep his hopes alive. Zeth has definitely played the role of the spoiler today. A gritty exchange there, but he manages to survive the trade and keep his hopes alive. That was a tight scramble to get back in this. Unbelievable. Zeth barely walks away with his life and closes out the series. He really dug deep for that victory, refusing to fold even when the odds were completely against him. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we have Zeth and Omnic facing off on red line to see who comes out on top. Zeth gets a strong start here, taking full advantage of that ramp position for the opening round. He's looking to get some revenge for that defeat on Dunes. Zeth is simply too fast right now, he's putting on a clinic in these early exchanges. These two are almost identical in the ratings right now. Another rapid victory here as he outduels Omnic on the ramp to make it a 3-0 sweep. Finally, a result for Omnic, who shows some grit to get back in this fight. He needs a few more swings like that to close the gap. Zeth is currently holding a slight edge in their head-to-head record with 238 total wins. He's definitely looking to solidify that historical lead today. The real question is if Omnic can find another answer for this pace. That was a real battle of wills on the ramp, but Zeth manages to come out on top. He's definitely looking to bounce back from that defeat on Dunes. Omnic keeps his composure and manages to claw another one back here. He manages to carve out some breathing room for himself here. Zeth looks completely comfortable playing from the boxes, putting a healthy gap between himself and Omnic. This is a real battle of the lower rankings right now. Omnic stays hungry and finds another clean opener, refusing to let Zeth slide away with this. He's definitely showing the poise we saw in his 13-8 win over Sora. Zeth secures the lead from the ramp, really putting a stranglehold on this match. The rating gap here is essentially non-existent. Zeth takes an 8-4 lead into the half. I mean, this is a fairly balanced start, considering how close their ratings are. He's currently playing a bit more effectively, utilizing his higher map win rate to control the pace. Let's see a different gear from Omnic. Omnic completely blindsided him there, catching Zeth as he tried to hold that ramp position. Zeth keeps the pressure on, securing a vital trade there on the ramp to really widen the gap. He's definitely proven to be the more consistent fighter tonight. Omnic is really starting to push back, coming off that ramp with a quick reflex play to bring the score closer. It's a tough spot for him, having gone 7-15 in his last few matches. Zeth has a bit more of a track record on this layout with a 41% win rate. It seems to be paying off as he really manages the distance here. He is quickly moving toward a comfortable lead. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, putting up a fight here after that ramp victory. His recent form hasn't been great, but he's definitely finding an opening. Zeth puts the hammer down on that ramp play to really distance himself in this series. A high-stakes clash between the 33rd and 34th ranked players. Zeth had things well in hand, but Omnic is proving that he can stay in this fight. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Both players landed heavy hits in that brawl, but Omnic claws his way back with the finish. The momentum is shifting in favor of the lower ranked man. Zeth recovers instantly from that last exchange, putting himself just one round away from the win. Unbelievable! Zeth shuts the door on this match with a perfectly timed shot to seal the victory. He just completely outclassed the other side of the bracket. Omnic fought hard, but he's just not finding the luck today. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off today in a highly anticipated matchup. Aster has a huge advantage here, leading their lifetime head-to-head 391 to 135. It's interesting because Omnic actually managed to pull off a win in their most recent meeting. We'll see if that early round gives him the confidence to do it again. He's simply too fast right now, putting 3 straight on the board. The higher rated player is definitely making his presence felt early. Omnic puts up a strong response here, refusing to let the deficit grow further. He needed to get on the board early if he wants any chance here. Aster is just dominating a 4-1 lead right now. He's really putting that rating difference on display. He's staying composed and digging deep to stay within striking distance. He's proven that he can trade blows with the favorite today. Aster's 67% all-time win rate usually makes him the aggressor in these matchups, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. He's putting that experience to use, and honestly, he's starting to look like the rightful favorite again. Aster's holding a comfortable 6-3 lead. He is definitely fighting a steep uphill battle against a top half seed. Aster is really starting to put the grip on this match, extending his lead to 4 rounds. Omnic is really feeling the weight of that rank 35 spot. Aster's now sitting pretty with a commanding 7-4 lead. That was a lightning fast reaction to secure the round. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything here is playing out exactly as the stats predicted. He has the tighter grip on the server, though Omnic is still fighting for every round. Let's see how the switch plays out. Aster pushes ahead again, now leading 8-5. His current 15-7 run over the last day shows he's in great form. Omnic is refusing to fold, shutting down the momentum with a crisp conversion. What a statement! He takes the round without breaking a sweat, continuing this impressive surge. He is completely shutting down everything right now. Unbelievable! We are all square at 8 apiece as he completely erases that early deficit. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this one. Aster answers right back and regains a slight edge. Omnic is simply too sharp right now, locking in a tight game at 9-9. This is exactly the chaos you'd expect from these two. Aster claws back in front, leading 10-9. Neither player has managed to string more than 2 together lately. He just won't go away. That grid brings us completely level at 10 apiece. The underdog is completely unfazed by the pressure right now. That was a slugfest, but he manages to survive the exchange and take the lead. The pressure is starting to mount for the top seed. Aster makes a quick play from the wine to get himself back on top. The level of play here is surprisingly tight for this matchup. Absolute ice in his veins to seize control and push himself to a match point. Talk about a clinical finish to end that exchange. Incredible! Omnic finishes the job with a perfect shot to secure the map victory. He just defied every single stat they had on him today. Coming back from that early hold to secure a win like this is huge. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we have Zeth and Aster facing off on Fast Aim, where the clear favorite looks to dominate once again. Aster holds a massive all-time lead with 325 wins over Zeth. But the momentum has shifted recently since Zeth actually took their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can recover his usual form today. Aster is pulling ahead now, leading by a single round. That top half ranking is starting to show. He secures the lead from the ramp, extending the streak to 3. He really needs to shake off those recent losses. He's just untouchable right now, extending that streak to 4. He's definitely playing to the level of his rating here. Zeth shows some real grit here, digging deep to survive a wild exchange and secure the round. That was a clutch finish to keep the game within reach. Zeth has a respectable 60% win rate over his last 10 matches, so yeah, he is certainly playing above his average right now. It's a strong contrast to how he typically performs against Aster, and he'll need a big push to close this gap. Aster takes full control of the server, securing another one to put a huge gap between himself and the competition. Zeth holds his ground from the ramp to put a halt to that run. He really needs to bounce back after a tough set of matches today. Aster's looking dominant as he climbs up to 8. He's firmly in control of this one. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly how the script was written for the first half. Zeth is fighting hard, but Aster's 63% map win rate is translating into real results here. Let's see if Zeth can mount a comeback. Zeth puts on a strong show from the ramp to secure his second straight win. He's definitely feeling the weight of those recent losses. Aster is just relentlessly piling up the points at 9-5. Zeth manages to secure the takedown while Aster is pushed up on the ramp. That's a strong showing from Zeth, who's clearly ignoring his lower rating today. Aster hits double digits, putting Zeth in a deep hole. He's really looking for a spark after that tough run of games. An absolute slugfest on the ramp, and Zeth manages to come out on top of that exchange. He's definitely feeling the pressure after those 3 straight losses today. Zeth is simply refusing to back down, picking Aster off the ramp once again. The gap is closing faster than anyone expected. Aster quickly puts an end to that little rally, firmly reclaiming his lead. Aster strikes again from the ramp, putting himself in a position to end this right now. A tough spot for Zeth, who's typically the underdog in this matchup. A swift response from Zeth to keep himself in the game. The gap in skill on the ladder isn't showing right now. And there it is. Aster seals the deal with a perfect final spray from the ramp. He finally snaps that losing streak and gets back to his usual form. He's just too consistent on this map. Welcome to the Dunes map for this matchup. Zeth and Omnic are ready to fight for the win. Zeth currently holds a slight edge in their lifetime rivalry with 239 total wins over Omnic. He's definitely looking to maintain that psychological advantage after taking their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this momentum going. Omnic really managed to tighten things up there, securing that win from the box to keep us close. Zeth looks comfortable up high, securing a quick win from the box to extend the lead. Zeth is absolutely dominating with a huge 4-1 lead. Both of these guys are fighting for a better spot in the bottom 10. He's showing some real grit here, refusing to let the lead slip even further away. A huge opportunity for Omnic to close the gap right now. A complete wipeout here, and that's too straight for the challenger. He is playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. Zeth has been significantly more consistent lately, putting up a solid 12 record over the last day. That contrast is stark when you look at Omnic's tougher run of form during this same stretch. It's a battle of momentum for both of them right now. Zeth holds a 2-round cushion as we hit double digits. The two are remarkably close in overall rating on the ladder. Omnic stays aggressive and secures another rapid point to keep the pressure high. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 going into the break. I mean, this perfectly reflects how close these two are right now. It's a total toss-up as they swap sides. Let's see who blinks first. Zeth edges ahead by 1 after that intense exchange. A tighter clash than their previous meeting on red line. Zeth is pulling away now, leading by 2. The a priori odds on this map actually favor the guy falling behind. A gritty scrap here, but the underdog digs deep to claw back another round. That was a lightning-fast exchange to get the score back to a single round. Unbelievable, he barely walks away from that firefight with a sliver of health to tie this series up. He's simply refusing to give an inch tonight. What a brawl. He barely escapes that exchange from the box with his life. Zeth regains a 2-point buffer as we hit round 18. Hard to forget the way he took control of their last series. He's refusing to let Zeth run away with the game, keeping his hopes alive here. A clean response to halt that momentum shift. Zeth is really putting the pressure on now, moving just one step closer to closing this out. Just an effortless shot to end that little rally, putting him in a position to close the match. A total shutdown by Omnic, showing some real strength to keep this match alive. He's showing plenty of life to stay in the hunt. Omnic is digging deep, picking the other man off the box to keep this dream alive. Absolutely incredible! Zeth secures the final blow and claims the victory. Omnic fought so hard to overcome those odds, but he just couldn't find a way to close the door. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. Aster and Omnic are ready for a fight though. Aster enters as the clear favorite today. Aster holds a massive advantage in their head-to-head history. It's quite a dominant record over a huge sample size, but we have to remember that Omnic actually took their most recent meeting, so that's where the tension lies in this series. Aster's leading by 1, but Omnic keeps fighting back. He's proving that his recent success against Aster wasn't a fluke. These exchanges are happening so quickly, just seconds after the round starts, they're already over. A tough spot for the number 35 ranked player. Aster's really pulling away now with a 4-1 lead. A much smoother start than his last 8-17 run today. A complete shutdown for Omnic, who looks determined to close this gap. We're seeing why the betting lines were so skewed before the start. Omnic is showing some real grit, answering back with another rapid-fire kill. It's starting to look like a real toss-up. And now we're all square. He's completely seized control of the momentum here. The underdog is looking completely fearless in this set. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange to push his current run to 4 straight. The sheer luck he's having with those health totals is wild. Aster responds with a precise shot to bring things level once again. Both players are practically staring each other down going into the next stretch. That was a clean exchange for Omnic, keeping his momentum high as the first half wraps up. A nice piece of timing to secure that lead. We're all tied up at 6-6, and honestly, Aster is keeping pace with a very scrappy opponent. Omnic is putting up a great fight, but the top seed is still firmly in the driver's seat here. Let's see who breaks first. He just walked right through that one, showing incredible poise to maintain this narrow lead. Omnic is really making his case for a major upset here. Both players landed some heavy shots, but he manages to outlast the exchange and extend his lead. What a fight! Aster barely scrapes through that exchange to pull within 1. He's really fighting to maintain that higher ground in this set. Back to a dead heat at 8-0. His higher rating is starting to reflect in the results. He's absolutely cruising now, taking another round without taking a single point of damage. What a scramble. Aster manages to outlast the chaos and keep the streak alive. He's definitely putting that ranking difference on display right now. Omnic keeps the pressure high and knocks Aster off the ramp to tighten the score. That was a fast transition to a neutral position. A flawless sequence for Omnic, wiping the slate clean to put everyone back on equal footing. Aster is refusing to let this slip, keeping himself just 1 step ahead in this tight battle. A huge shift from the 16-8 day he's having so far. Aster shuts the door on that comeback attempt and puts his opponent in a desperate spot. What a brawl! Omnic digs deep to save this game and keep himself in the fight. That was a brutal slugfest for him to survive. And there it is. Aster secures the final kill and takes the whole series. Omnic really pushed him to the limit this time, but he just couldn't find that one final opening. What a fight. Welcome to Orange. Zeth and Aster are ready for action, though Aster enters this match as the clear favorite. Aster has an incredible 75% win rate on this map, which puts Zeth in a very tough spot right from the start. It makes sense since he struggled to get any traction during their last encounter. We have to see if he can adapt his positioning quickly here. Zeth is surprisingly holding the lead at 2-1. It's a total reversal of their typical head-to-head dynamic. We're back to a dead heat. Aster quickly puts an end to that short burst from Zeth. He's usually a nightmare for Zeth in these types of meetings. Aster has reclaimed control, leading the count 3-2. His level of play reflects that rating gap quite clearly. He's completely taken over now, securing his third straight victory. The gap in their career records is becoming a real factor. Zeth fights back to keep things interesting, bringing the score to 3-4. He's showing a bit more grit than we saw in their last encounter. And we are all squared up at 4 apiece. Something has definitely shifted in their dynamic today. Zeth is completely unstoppable right now, taking full control with another perfect gunfight. Aster answers back immediately, bringing things even at 5-5. He's clearly feeling the confidence from those recent victories today. Aster edges ahead, now leading 6-5. His current form is reflecting those higher rank expectations. We head into the break with a 6-6 deadlock. Well, this is completely defying the history here. With a lifetime win rate of only 38%, Zeth is proving he can go toe-to-toe with the top seed today. Fresh start, let's see who blinks. Aster holds a narrow edge, leading 7-6. A strong performance, especially after his recent success against Omnic. Unbelievable! Both of them were completely shredded, but he just barely manages to survive the exchange. He's playing a dangerous game with those low health totals. He's fully in command now, putting a heavy dent in Zeth's momentum. The level of consistency from the upper half seed is just wild. What a response from Zeth, continuing his surge to keep this fight alive. The underdog is refusing to go quietly tonight. He is simply refusing to back down, securing another flawless encounter to close the gap. Aster has been practically untouchable in their personal rivalry, winning their last 5 encounters in a row. It's clear he's using that psychological advantage to shut down Zeth's recent surge. He's making sure the historical trend stays firmly in his favor. Another effortless kill for Aster, and now he's just a single round away from victory. What a finish! Aster closes the door on this match and secures a huge victory. Zeth really pushed him to the limit today, but the top seed just had too much gear left in the tank. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Zeth and Omnic are facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Zeth leads the head-to-head with 240 total wins over Omnic. That historical edge is a huge psychological factor, since Zeth also just took their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if that dominance continues throughout this map. Zeth is really putting the pressure on with the 2-1 lead. A tough stretch for Omnic after that 8-18 showing today. Omnic needs a response soon, or this is going to get very uncomfortable very quickly. That's 3 straight for Zeth, who is simply untouchable right now. Slight edge in rating, but those two are usually neck and neck. He's absolutely on fire, taking a 4th straight to really distance himself in this set. Omnic answers back, finally interrupting that long run by Zeth. Zeth is comfortably ahead with 6 rounds in the bag. Well, it's worth noting that Zeth has a total win rate of 38% over a massive sample size of matches. This high level of consistency is exactly what he's leaning on to keep Omnic at bay here. Zeth is running away with this, leading 7-3. A remarkably quick exchange to get that round back. Zeth is just refusing to let Omnic get any momentum going here. The rankings have these two closely matched, but this set feels one-sided. Zeth heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Honestly, we expected a tight contest, but he is completely outclassing his opponent right now. Omnic needs a huge turnaround to stay in this. Let's see if Omnic can wake up. Omnic claws one back though. Zeth still holds a 9-4 grip. That was an incredibly quick exchange to take the round. Zeth extends his lead to double digits at 10-4. He's certainly played his fair share of games to get this experience. Omnic is fighting back with these quick reflexes, making the gap a bit easier to manage now. Omnic's still trailing, sitting at a 10-6 deficit. A tighter gap than the rankings suggest, for sure. Omnic had a brief spark of a rally, but Zeth just shut that door tight. He's generally the more successful player in their long history. Zeth shuts down the rally and is just one step away from victory. He really looked like the stronger pick coming into this set. A huge stop from Omnic to keep himself in the game. This is a desperate situation, but he's never out of it completely. He's keeping the dream alive for now with another strong play. Absolute precision on that second exchange. Absolutely lethal, Zeth puts a final period on this series with a stunningly fast shot to claim the victory. He's just too consistent when it counts, moving his head-to-head lead even further in his favor today. Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Omnic are facing off on fast aim, with Aster entering as the clear favorite. Aster is heavily favored here, boasting a dominant 74% head-to-head win rate over the course of hundreds of encounters. It's interesting to see Omnic start things off with a win regardless. I'm curious if he can actually hold his own this time. Aster manages to capitalize on that ramp position and gets things moving in his direction. Omnic is absolutely dominating this, leading 3-1. Omnic is really capitalizing on that ramp angle, putting serious pressure on Aster early on. Aster shows some grit here, holding that window to shut down the momentum. Still feels like an uphill battle for Omnic to sustain this lead. That's another clean shot for Aster, who is refusing to let the match slip away. The gap is officially closing fast. Unbelievable! He has completely erased that deficit to bring things level. This is exactly why Aster went into this match as the heavy favorite. He's completely taken over this match, surging ahead with 4 straight wins. Omnic is really feeling the pressure now. Omnic responds instantly to lock things back up at 5-all. The ladder gap is looking smaller and smaller right now. Omnic claws back the advantage, leading 6-5. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. Well, Aster is probably a bit frustrated considering his huge head-to-head lead over Omnic. He has the skill advantage, but we're staring at the dead heat right now. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic edges ahead by 1 in an absolute nail-biter. That's a tough spot for the favorite, especially after that recent 13-11 win. Aster manages to pick him off the ramp, bringing this set completely even at 7 each. A total deadlock as we enter the final stretch. He's staying composed, moving back into the lead with that second straight win. It is a classic case of the higher seed regaining control. Omnic answers right back, putting them deadlocked at 8. Quite a shift from his poor recent form over the last few games. He's showing incredible resolve, keeping his composure to push back into a 1-round lead. Aster is simply too sharp right now, extending his lead with another flawless exchange. He is just untouchable right now, completing a total reversal of fortunes to take an 11-8 lead. He's really starting to separate himself from the field here. Omnic answers back from the ramp, proving he's not done in this set. He refuses to just fade away at this point. What a statement play by Aster, putting himself just a single round away from victory. What a way to close it out! He overcomes that early deficit and takes the match. Omnic fought hard, but his opponent's experience on this map just proved too much to overcome in the end. Welcome to Redline. We have Zeth taking on the heavily favored Aster in today's exciting 1v1 match. Aster has totally controlled this head-to-head history with a 79% win rate. It's interesting to see Zeth get the early lead despite that weight on his shoulders. The real test is seeing if he can maintain this early pressure. He's simply too fast right now, taking a third straight round with ease. Aster answers back quickly, knocking Zeth right off the ramp. The a priori favoritism is starting to look justified. Zeth is absolutely dominating this set at 4-1. Zeth just can't be stopped. He's really putting the pressure on from that ramp position. It's a total reversal from their most recent clash in Orange. He's just too fast, cruising to a commanding 6-1 lead. A surprising turn of events given how high Aster sits on the ladder. He secures another win from that high ground, continuing the streak. He's really making a statement against one of the top 20. What a fight! Aster barely escapes that exchange alive to take the round. He's had an incredible run today, putting up a 19-8 record. Zeth had a strong start, but he's played a massive amount of games with a 38% win rate. So yeah, we're seeing Aster claw his way back into this. It will be interesting to see if the momentum shift is permanent. Zeth heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he is fighting back hard despite that rough head-to-head history. He's playing out of his mind to keep a 2-round cushion on the top seed. Let's see who finds their rhythm now. Zeth holds a solid 3-round lead at 8-5. He's really showing his grit despite being the clear underdog today. Zeth is just not letting up, shutting Aster down even from that ramp position. That's a huge shift from the outcome of their previous duel. Zeth is still firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. Just a glimpse of that top 20 skill level. He's continuing this climb, staying incredibly tough to close the gap. The confidence is clearly returning to Aster's game. He's on a tear now, closing in on Zeth with a third straight win. The pressure is shifting back to the underdog now. Zeth halts the momentum by securing a clean win from the ramp. He's proving that the rating difference isn't everything today. Aster proves he isn't going down without a fight, narrowing this gap further. The experience is starting to show in these late game moments. Zeth is really digging in, using the ramp to keep himself in a prime position to wrap this up. A tough spot for the 17th ranked player to be in. That is a crushing blow to Aster as he is now just 1 round away from defeat. Everything shifted in favor of the underdog now. Unbelievable. Zeth closes it out with a perfect shot to take the entire series. He just completely rewrote the script for this rivalry. Zeth finally breaks that losing streak against Aster in a huge way. Welcome to the show. Zeth and Omnic are stepping onto Dunes to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Zeth holds a historical edge with a 51% win rate against Omnic across their rivalry. That confidence seems to be fueling his play right now, especially coming off a recent victory against him. He is clearly looking to turn this into a rout. A total shutout from the box as Zeth makes it 3 in a row. His target is clearly shaking right now after that tough loss to Aster. He is absolutely untouchable right now, taking a 4th straight victory without taking a single point of damage. Simply frightening, he's completely taken over this opening stretch. A total disaster for Omnic, who's already dropped his last few outings. He earns another one from the box, staying perfect for the first 6. The match setup clearly favored the higher seed here. Finally a response from Omnic, picking the opponent right off the box. The underdog is fighting back against a tougher run of form today. Unbelievable. He narrowly scrapes through that exchange to secure his 2nd point in a row. Zeth puts an end to that mini rally by knocking Omnic right off the box. He's really put in the pressure on Omnic tonight. Looking at the bigger picture, Zeth is sitting on a better overall win rate of 38%. That reflects a bit more stability compared to how Omnic has been performing lately. It's interesting to see how that plays into this specific series, because the momentum has shifted toward a more contested battle. Zeth takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's definitely outplaying his opponent right now, despite Omnic having a higher map win rate here. We'll see if those side swaps help the trailing player find some footing. Time for Omnic to wake up. Zeth clings to a solid 3-round cushion at 8-5. He's had a rough run of results today, going 8 and 20. Zeth manages to hold the height and secure another quick round for himself. He's showing far more confidence than his opponent right now. Omnic is really starting to chip away at that lead, expertly picking Zeth off the box. He's continuing this push, shutting down his opponent with ease to secure another round. The tide is turning in this sequence. He is simply refusing to back down, putting together a 3rd straight win to keep this comeback alive. A huge result for the man who started the match so cold. What a scrap! Both players were reeling, but he managed to claw out the victory. That was a desperate scramble to keep the lead. Omnic manages to take him off the box, showing some real grit to keep this fight going. That's a huge swing in confidence for the challenger. Absolutely stunning. He's now managed to force a complete deadlock, bringing the score even at 10-all. It's a completely different story than the first half. Zeth manages to disrupt that momentum, putting himself back in the driver's seat for this final stretch. Zeth keeps his composure to seize control of the game, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. A clean finish to put the pressure right back on. Game over. Zeth closes the door with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the brink in that 2nd half, but he just couldn't close the gap. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're on Orange for a matchup between Aster and Omnic. Aster is the heavy favorite heading into this one. Aster has an impressive 75% win rate here, which tells us he really knows how to navigate these specific angles. It makes a lot of sense why he's leaning on that advantage right now. It'll be tough for Omnic to find any openings. Aster is cruising with a 2-1 lead right now. The ladder positioning really favors the lead here. Omnic is really feeling the pressure here, and Aster is just capitalizing on every single mistake. Unbelievable. He manages to scrape through that firefight with a tiny sliver of health left. His recent record in the last 24 hours is quite strong. Omnic looks much sharper now, answering back with a quick kill to keep this game alive. What a fight! He barely clung on for his life in that exchange to take a 5-2 lead. The disparity in their all-time win rates is definitely showing today. Aster holds a significant lead in their all-time history with over 390 total round wins against Omnic. It's clear that the mental edge is weighing heavy on the opposition right now. We have to see if Omnic can actually find a way to break this cycle. Solid exchange here that allows Omnic to claw back around. The battle is still heavily skewed in favor of the 18th rank. Aster holds a firm 3-round cushion at 7-4. It's a tough climb for someone currently sitting at rank 36. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, everything is going according to the script so far. Omnic put up a decent fight, but he just can't quite match the top 20 player in a clean firefight. Let's see if Omnic finds a spark. Aster extends his lead once again to 8-5. The contrast in their recent form is staggering today. Aster is just running away with it at 9-5. What a scramble! He manages to dig deep and win a brutal fight by a hair. A clutch recovery from Omnic to keep things competitive. Aster pulls further ahead, now commanding a 10-6 lead. The consistency from that high-tier ranking is really starting to peek through. Omnic fights back to narrow the gap to 10-7. Looking at that 8-21 record over the last day, you have to admire the grit. The pacing of this series has been incredibly fast, with most of these exchanges ending in just a few seconds. That was an incredibly sharp execution, putting the pressure squarely back on the opponent. Just a couple of seconds and another one in the bank. And that's it. He closes out the match and secures the victory. He really owned every inch of this map, leaving Omnic with almost no room to breathe today. Welcome everyone to Mappas. We've got Zeth taking on the heavy favorite Aster in a great duel today. Aster holds a massive lead in the all-time head-to-head, winning nearly 80% of their encounters. But Zeth is coming in with a lot of confidence after winning their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if that trend continues here. Aster is really starting to pull ahead now. He's playing with a lot of momentum after that 13-10 result against Omnic. Zeth is really putting the pressure on now, picking up a third straight round to take a lead. He's completely taken over the map, securing a commanding lead for the moment. Aster answers back immediately, leveling the series. The higher rated side is starting to settle into this match. Unbelievable! Aster survives by a sliver of health to take his second in a row. The higher rating on the ladder is definitely starting to show. Zeth claws back to tie things up at 4 apiece. Zeth is looking like the man to beat after that 13-10 win over Omnic earlier. Aster just edges ahead, holding a slim 1-round advantage. Zeth has definitely shown he can compete today despite the gap in ranking. Zeth is playing some really aggressive peekers here, getting that quick pick from the ramp to stay tight. Zeth keeps the edge with an arrow, 6-5 late. The underdog is putting on a clinic right now. We are all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Zeth is proving he can hold his own despite that huge historical gap in their head-to-head. This is shaping up to be a real nail-biter. Time to see who blinks first. Aster just grabs the lead, moving ahead 7-6. Zeth is certainly fighting a tough uphill battle right now. Zeth strikes back and we are deadlocked at 7. Total dead heat as they trade blows. Aster's reacting a bit faster right now, catching Zeth as he tried to hold that ramp position. A very solid day for him, moving up to 20 wins. And we're back to a stalemate at 8 apiece. Hard to believe how well he's handling the pressure tonight. Aster finds his footing and slides ahead 9-8. He has really been dominant across his series today. Goodness, that was a war! Aster barely escapes that exchange with a tiny fragment of health left. That's a scary amount of pressure for Zeth to deal with now. Aster clings to a thin lead at 10-9. Lately, Zeth has certainly found ways to upset him. Aster is really tightening his grip on this match, refusing to let Zeth hang around. He is definitely showing why he's the higher seed on the ladder. Aster completely shuts him down, moving just a single round away from victory. The gap in skill level is becoming impossible to ignore. Zeth keeps his composure and shuts him down right off the ramp. A huge relief for the underdog to get back on the board. Zeth is just refusing to quit, securing the win from the boxes to keep this series alive. A huge surge of momentum for Zeth in these final moments. Absolute chaos in that trade. Zeth survives the exchange to force this match into overtime. He's completely shifted the gears of this series. Aster clears the ramp and claims the lead, moving ahead 13-12. The experience edge is starting to weigh in. What a scramble! Zeth wins that firefight to bring everything level at 13-13. Now we're looking at a complete reset as we head into overtime. Aster is just a hair away from closing this out in regulation. A solid showing today for the higher ranked star. Zeth survives the initial burst to secure the kill and force this game back to a deadlock. An absolutely electric atmosphere as we push further into the deep water. Absolutely incredible. Zeth secures another win from the ramp to reach match point. A lightning fast encounter to put him in the driver's seat. Aster digs deep to answer back and we're back to a standstill. Neither player is giving an inch in this grueling encounter. Zeth takes a commanding 16-15 lead right here. Zeth just pulls ahead to a 17-15 advantage. Exactly what happened in their previous encounter. Zeth edges further ahead at 17-16. He's definitely in the top 20 of the ladder for a reason. A complete stalemate as Aster forces us to 17-all. It's a brutal battle of nerves as they refuse to separate. Zeth holds a slim one-round advantage at 18-17. Zeth is proving that the rankings aren't everything today. And just like that, Aster brings it back to 18-18. Total deadlock in a match that just won't end. It is just a war of attrition at this point. Zeth manages to pull ahead by a single round. Unbelievable. Aster just clawed it back to 19-all. Aster takes the lead once more at 20. He's definitely in better form over the last 24 hours. Aster keeps the upper hand with a 21-19 lead. Squeezing out another clean round to widen the gap. Aster is really pulling away now, sitting at 22-19. He really managed to keep his head in that chaotic overtime stretch. Zeth pushed him to the absolute limit. He had to fight for that one. Welcome everyone! We have Zeth and Omnic facing off on fast aim to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Zeth gets the early lead with a strong opening shot from the ramp. Omnic has had a tough run of form lately. Zeth holds a clear historical edge in their head-to-head history. And it's interesting to see that confidence translating into his movement tonight. If he can keep this momentum going, the pressure on Omnic is only going to mount. Absolute control here. He's just completely shutting down any attempt at a comeback. Unreal. Omnic claws back from nearly nothing to take the fight right to the ramp. He really refused to go down in that one. He barely hangs on, finally knocking Omnic off the ramp to take a commanding 5-1 lead. He's already taken 2 maps from his opponent today. Omnic is starting to find some answers, quickly picking Zeth off the toolbox to keep this close. He's showing real grit here, shutting down Zeth's momentum with another flawless exchange. The gap is narrowing fast after a shaky start. He's just completely untouchable right now, putting on a huge display of speed to force this close. A sharp reaction from Zeth to regain the momentum. That's already 3 times Zeth has come out on top today. Omnic just blindsided him off the ramp, continuing this impressive climb back into the match. That puts Zeth's favorite status to a real test. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, this is exactly the type of toss-up we expected. Omnic had a solid 3-round run, but Zeth is simply doing more with his shots right now. Zeth has put together a very impressive run lately with 3 straight wins. It's clearly making a difference as he pushes the lead back up. He's looking much more composed than his opponent right now. Omnic held the advantage at the window here, but he manages to maintain his focus and secure another round. Zeth is dominating, pushing it to a 10-6 lead. Zeth and Omnic really went head-to-head for the high ground there, but Omnic managed to secure the win. A huge contrast to those recent results for him. Omnic quickly takes him off the ramp, continuing a determined push to close this gap. He's really starting to put the pressure back on Zeth. Zeth is refusing to let Omnic get any closer, shutting down that little surge of momentum right there. That's another win for Zeth today against this opponent. Zeth just barely blinked and the round was over. He's now 1 step away from closing this out. What an insane finish! Zeth barely survives with a sliver of health to close out the series. He really had to fight for that last round, but it's another victory for Zeth in this rivalry. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We have Aster and Omnic facing off, with Aster entering the match as the heavy favorite. Aster holds a massive lead in their history, having won 74% of their total encounters. It's clear that this psychological weight is sticking with Omnic right now. He'll need to shake it off if he wants to stay in this. Absolutely breathless, both players were shredded in the trade, but he just barely scraped through alive. Unreal. That was a complete slugfest, but he manages to outlast his opponent by a hair. Omnic catches him right as he's pushing the ramp, keeping things very tight here. The underdogs are really digging in their heels today. Aster is just dominating, pulling ahead with a 4-2 lead. Omnic is really fighting an uphill battle today after that rough run against Zed. Aster was just too fast for him, simply deleting Omnic right off the ramp. He's really struggling to find a response after that rough run against Zed. He secures the win from the ramp, and the momentum is swinging firmly in his favor. He's putting that rating difference on full display. What a scramble! He survives by the skin of his teeth to keep the streak alive. His rank 36 standing is really becoming a hurdle here. He completely dismantles his opponent from the ramp to keep the momentum surging. He's putting on a proper clinic today. Aster secures another victory from the ramp, keeping the pace high right before the break. This is looking like a repeat of their last encounter on Orange. Aster takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, the skill gap is showing exactly as we anticipated. That 7-round streak really put the wind out of Omnic's sails. Omnic needs a huge spark here. Aster has been extremely consistent today, picking up 21 wins over the last day. And honestly, that confidence is exactly why he can afford a slight slip in focus. Omnic is finally showing some grit, though it's a steep hill to climb from this deficit. He wins a tough back and forth exchange to put himself on the verge of victory. Absolute lockdown of this match so far. Incredible. Omnic survives a brutal trade by a sliver of health to keep his hopes alive. He's really fighting for every single point right now. A completely untouched sequence there, and he extends his mini run to 2. What a finish. Aster shuts the door with a perfect final shot to claim victory. He just completely owned the pace of that series, showing exactly why he's the one to beat right now. Welcome to the arena. We have Zeth and Esther ready to go, though Esther enters as the clear favorite. Esther just shut that down instantly, catching Zeth right as he tried to hold that ramp. Esther holds all the historical momentum in this head-to-head. Esther has completely owned this head-to-head matchup with an overwhelming 78% win rate. It's interesting to see Zeth holding his own early on despite the history. He'll need a few more rounds like this to actually put a dent in the favorite's confidence. Zeth just wipes him right off the ramp to keep the roll going. Zeth definitely wasn't the one expected to take control here. He's simply outclassing everything right now, picking Aster right off the ramp for a 4th straight win. The rating gap is practically non-existent right now. He is simply unstoppable right now, securing another quick victory to move his lead to 5-1. Absolutely terrifying, he secures another huge victory from the ramp to push the lead to 6-1. Aster finally puts a stop to the momentum with a sharp response. He's certainly showing why he's ranked so much higher on the ladder. Zeth currently holds a 7-round lead in a match where he's normally a heavy underdog. I mean, we've already seen him struggle to close games out against his opponent in the past. Now he's proving that he can keep his composure for a full series. Zeth is comfortably in the driver's seat at 7-4. His recent form has definitely been on another level today. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, it's a complete flip of what we expected, seeing the higher rated player trailing. Esther is fighting back, but Zeth is currently putting the pressure on the favorite. Let's see if Esther can dig in. Esther secures a clean win from the ramp, showing real grit as he continues to close this gap. He is slowly finding his footing to match his higher ranking. Zeth is still holding a narrow 2-round cushion. Zeth is really putting his recent 70% form to the test. Zeth keeps the pressure high, leading 9-6. A huge contrast to their last meeting on playing Mappas. He's showing real tenacity, keeping the pressure on as the gap narrows. He's certainly fighting to regain his standing as the top seed. Unreal! He barely claws his way out of that exchange, securing his 2nd straight win in a complete war of attrition. What a scramble! Zeth survives by a sliver of health after taking that fight from the Tetris. His rating puts him comfortably in the upper half of the field. Aster keeps his composure, sliding back into a close game with another seamless point. The gap in their ratings is finally starting to show through. Absolute grit from Aster, digging deep to bring this whole series back to a deadlock. Neither side is blinking as this turns into a total stalemate. Aster is simply relentless, strolling into a lead for the first time today. The momentum shift is absolute. Zeth responds quickly here, bringing us right back to a deadlock. He's fighting way above his ranking right now. Zeth quickly secures another point from the ramp, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. A surprising way to close out the series for him. Unbelievable. He shuts the door with the final pristine shot to secure the win. He really stepped up his game to break that long losing streak against his opponent. He had to dig deep for that one. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Zeth and Omnic facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. Zeth leads the lifetime head-to-head with 243 total wins. It's surprising to see the favored player struggle early given his recent success in a few other series today. He'll want to find his feet quickly. Omnic holds a tight 2-1 grip on this series. Omnic has been fighting an uphill battle throughout his last few series. The momentum has completely flipped. Zeth is putting a lot of pressure on Omnic right now. He's definitely feeling the weight of those recent losses. He's just too fast right now, claiming his third straight victory to take the lead. He's really leaning into that momentum from their earlier match. Absolute perfection from Zeth, who is now completely in control of this match. His recent form is worlds apart from the struggle Omnic's facing today. Omnic answers back to keep things competitive. A crucial shake-up for someone who's been struggling lately. Omnic has struggled significantly in his last 10 matches, where he's only managed a 10% win rate. And honestly, that lack of confidence is starting to show in these individual exchanges. He's essentially fighting an uphill battle just to stay in the game. Zeth extends his lead to 6-4 with that clinic. He's definitely the more consistent player today across the board. Zeth is really starting to pull away here, leaving Omnic with a lot of ground to make up. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly as expected, given his strong run of form today. Omnic is staying afloat, but he'll need a big start on the switch to close the gap. Time to see if the lead holds. Omnic is refusing to go down easy, showing some serious grit to secure that one. That's the first clean win for him since the side switch. Zeth is firmly in the driver's seat at 8-6. His confidence should be high after that previous 13-8 victory today. A completely effortless exchange for Omnic, who keeps putting up a fight to narrow the gap. The gap is closing fast despite the initial predictions. Zeth pushes it to 9-7 and stays in command. That's a rough stretch for him considering the recent 8-loss slide. What a shot! Omnic is showing a lot of heart right now as he refuses to let this game slip away. He's playing with a huge chip on his shoulder right now. Incredible resilience. He has completely leveled the playing field and forced a tie at 9-9. It's a completely different game than we expected coming into this. He's truly shifted the energy of this series, surging ahead to take a 10-9 lead. The underdog has completely flipped the script in this one. Omnic is simply on another level right now, cleaning up as he extends this lead to 11-9. Zeth manages to claw one back, cutting into that slender lead. A key stop for a player who's coming off a tough 8-24 run today. The momentum has shifted again. We're looking at the dead heat as we head into the final stretch. Omnic puts on a display of pure grit, holding his nerve to move within one round of victory. Everything just changed in the blink of an eye. Unreal. Zeth barely survives a wild shootout to force a tie at 12-12. Pure chaos as the score resets right before the final stretch. Zeth is putting on a huge performance right now, taking control with back-to-back wins. His ranking gap is starting to prove decisive in the clutch. A brutal trade of shots, but he comes out on top to claim his third straight win. He's looking much sharper than those earlier matches we've seen today. What a scrap. Omnic barely edges this one out, surviving with a sliver of health to keep the pressure on. That was way too close for comfort. The momentum has completely shifted, and Omnic is absolutely refusing to break under the pressure. Zeth digs deep to survive a fierce exchange and secures the lead. Both of these guys are just refusing to blink. Unbelievable. Zeth shuts the door and closes out the series. He really clawed back from the brink to secure the victory in overtime. Omnic gave him everything he could have asked for today. What a battle! Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Aster and Omnic facing off, with Aster entering the match as the clear favorite. Aster has held a massive lead in their head-to-head history. Well, it's a gap that explains why he looks so comfortable early on. He's been the dominant force across their previous encounters, and the pressure is really on Omnic to prove today is a different story. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that exchange from the box to keep the streak alive. Omnic refuses to go down quietly and manages to dig himself out of that early hole. Aster's firmly in control, leading things 4-1. The skill gap is evident as he recovers his lead immediately. A perfect response from Omnic, walking away without taking a single point of damage. He's showing that the gap between them might be smaller than we thought. Aster has a total win rate of 67% over a huge sample size, and honestly, you can see that stability paying off as he maintains his lead. Omnic is fighting a much tougher battle given his recent struggles on the ladder. It'll be interesting to see if he can bridge that gap. Aster still cruising with a commanding 6-3 lead. The gap in their ladder standing is really starting to surface. Omnic is really struggling to find a way back into this one after that quick exchange. What a scramble! He barely clings to life in that firefight to keep the momentum swinging his way. Omnic is certainly feeling the weight of his current ladder slide. Aster takes a big 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly we're seeing exactly what the rankings predicted. Omnic is just too far behind in raw aim right now to put up a fight. Omnic needs to wake up now. Omnic finally claws one back, but it's 9-4. It's a tough climb for a player sitting at rank 36. Omnic manages another, but Aster is still way ahead at 9-5. He's fighting hard for a man with a 34% all-time win rate. Aster is putting the brakes on that little surge from Omnic immediately. That's quite a difference in form compared to Omnic's 825 record today. Aster stays firmly in the driver's seat at 10-6. He's definitely trying to shake off that rough start to the day. Omnic puts up a fight, bringing it to 10-7. It's definitely a tighter contest than their last meet on red line. Aster is really capitalizing on those fast exchanges to reclaim the momentum. Omnic is starting to put up some serious resistance here, refusing to let Aster close this out quickly. Aster secures the victory here, putting himself just a single round away from closing it out. Just a glimpse of why the higher seed was expected to walk away today. And that is it. He shuts the door on this match with a perfectly timed burst to seal the victory. He's just got too much experience for the lower seed, and it really showed in those final exchanges. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. We're in Italy for a match between Zeth and the heavily favored Aster. Aster holds a massive advantage here, having won 78% of their lifetime clashes. It's a long-standing dominance in this rivalry, and honestly, we're seeing that gap in class play out early. Zeth will need to find a way to disrupt this rhythm. Aster's now firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He is definitely showing why he sits higher on the ladder. They're trading blows back and forth. It's a complete deadlock early on. Aster manages to keep his narrow lead at 3-2. His recent form has been fairly consistent across the board. Zeth just clawed back to a dead heat at 3-3. Zeth is proving that his recent win over Aster wasn't just a fluke. Aster is just a hair faster right now, reclaiming that narrow lead in a blink. We've hit a stalemate and Zeth has totally leveled it. A surprising look at the ratings when you see him fight like this. Zeth pulls ahead by 1 in an absolute nail-biter. Zeth has been playing some incredible stuff in his last few games. Unreal! Zeth barely scratches through that chaotic exchange to keep his run going. The momentum looks completely different than their last few meetings. Zeth is simply untouchable right now, securing another victory to keep this heavy momentum rolling. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the intermission, and honestly, he is completely defying the odds right now. We're seeing a legitimate struggle from the higher rated player as Zeth carries all the momentum into the second half. Time to see if Aster can respond. Aster looks sharp as he responds instantly, a perfect shot to narrow the gap. That was a quick return to form for the favorite. Zeth is really finding his confidence, putting up a strong performance today to mirror his recent 13-11 victory over Aster. It's a complete reversal of a lifelong trend, and now he's effectively neutralized the rating gap with a 2-round lead. Zeth stretches his lead to 2 rounds. He has been incredibly sharp throughout today's session. Zeth is really putting the pressure on, staring down a big lead as the match heads into the final stretch. Aster is refusing to back down, shutting things down instantly to keep this fight alive. He's staying aggressive, claiming another round to keep the deficit to a single game. What a fight! Aster manages to survive by a hair and levels the series at 10-10. This is a complete reset for both of them. He's completely taken over this sequence, putting an end to Zeth's run with a perfect execution. A crushing blow to Zeth's confidence right here. Aster is simply relentless right now, moving within one final round of victory. A total shift in momentum since the first half. Zeth just keeps his hopes alive with a lightning-fast reaction to stave off defeat. Zeth is refusing to let his opponent close this out easily. Absolute perfection! Zeth secures a quick kill to force this match into overtime. Pure speed from Zeth, walking away unscathed to extend his lead in this high-pressure series. Zeth is currently playing some of his best games of the year. A frighteningly fast reaction from Aster to secure this one and lock the series at 13-13. Zeth is suddenly firmly in the driver's seat, just one more for the victory. He digs deep to trade those shots and brings us right back to a dead heat. Neither man is giving an inch in this overtime fight. Esther is showing incredible poise, shutting this down in a flash to put himself just one away from victory. He shuts the door on this series with an absolute clinic to close out the map. He really had to claw his way back from the brink to get this one done. Zeth pushed him to the limit today. What a fight! Welcome everyone, Zeth and Omnic are facing off on fast aim to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Omnic was just too quick, picking Zeth right off those bricks for the opening point. He's desperately needing this, especially after that rough 10-game slide. Zeth holds the advantage now, using that ramp height to tie things up quickly. He definitely knows how to get the better of his opponent. Zeth is really starting to put the pressure on, moving a step closer to a commanding early lead. He's looking a lot sharper than he did against Aster. He's truly taking over the map, putting up a huge 3-round run. The higher rated side is making a clear statement here. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that exchange, securing a 4th straight victory by the skin of his teeth. His head-to-head record already favors the lead here. Omnic puts up a fight from the ramp, shutting down that momentum swing instantly. The underdog is fighting back to keep this within reach. That's another one for Omnic, showing real grit as he claws back into this match. He's effectively erased that early lead in a heartbeat. He completely shut that door, securing another effortless point to level the series. He just won't slow down, dropping Zeth right off the ramp to take a lead. The favorite is really starting to look vulnerable here. What a surge! He just completely dismantled that position on the ramp to reach 5 straight. He's looking like a completely different player compared to those early rounds. Absolutely flawless reaction time to push his streak to 6 before we head into the intermission. A really dominant run to close out the first half. It's 7-5 in favor of Omnic. I mean, the momentum completely shifted after that huge 6-round run. Zeth was looking strong early, but he's now struggling to keep up with the pace. Zeth just needs a quick reset. Omnic stays aggressive, effortlessly picking Zeth off the ramp to keep the lead at 8. The slight favorite is really struggling to find any answers. Omnic shuts things down from the ramp, refusing to let the momentum shift back toward his opponent. He is just not letting his opponent breathe right now. Zeth really has the psychological edge here, having won over 51% of their lifetime encounters. It's a tough spot for Omnic to be in when his overall win rate is hovering around 34%. He needs a way to close this out before the pressure really mounts. He's completely shifted the energy here, securing another effortless round to keep the pressure high. Incredible! He has completely flipped this script, erasing the deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. Everything is wide open now with this deadlock. Omnic is showing a lot of heart here, ending a cautious exchange without taking a single hit. The composure on display here is really impressive. He's proving far too stubborn to beat, securing another clean victory to push for the finish. A tough stretch for the higher rated side to navigate. Zeth strikes from the window to maintain this comeback, showing some serious fight. That was a lightning fast response to stop the momentum. Just a total blur of a round and the comeback is now fully on. A complete reversal of fortune in a matter of seconds. Zeth puts him away from the window, moving just one step away from victory. Unbelievable, he shuts the door on this match with a perfect final round to take it all. That's just a brutal way to end it for Omnic, who really played the heart out of himself tonight. He'll be gutted after that. What a battle. Welcome everyone, Esther and Omnic are facing off on red line. Esther is the clear favorite, but let's see how it goes. Aster currently holds a massive advantage in their head-to-head history with 396 total rounds won over Omnic. It's no surprise that the momentum is shifting further in his direction after that quick opening round. I wonder if Omnic can find any answers today. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, taking a third straight. Omnic enters back with a clean finish to stop the onslaught. He's proving he can hold his own despite the initial odds. Good grief, he barely scrapes through that exchange from the ramp with just a sliver of health left. Pure grit to walk away from that encounter unscathed. Esther is really controlling the pace here, taking advantage of that high ground to keep his lead. Omnic has had a rough run going winless in his last stand. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that absolute carnage with his life. He manages to outlast the exchange and keeps the momentum rolling with another victory. The skill gap is becoming far too obvious here. He secures another victory from the ramp, putting a firm grip on this match. He's proving to be far too consistent for his opponent today. Esther keeps the pressure on, surviving that trade to secure a huge 5-round run. He just won't stop, taking another round to put a stranglehold on the match, heading into the break. Aster holds a huge 10-2 lead. Well, the higher ranked player is just completely running away with this. That 7-round streak really put the wind out of Omnic's sails before the switch. Omnic needs a serious spark here. Omnic is really fighting an uphill battle here. He just can't seem to find a way to break this momentum. He's really putting his rank 17 status on full display. Omnic is certainly not going down without a fight today, picking up a quick victory to keep things interesting. Unbelievable. He claws back from the brink to secure a 12-3 lead. Talk about a nail-biter, that was a literal pixel of health. He managed to trade some damage, but barely survived the exchange to take this one. What a scramble! He manages to hold the ramp in a wild firefight to keep the dream alive. The underdog is finally starting to push back. Unbelievable! Aster survives by a hair to seal the match right here. He just didn't let up, cementing his place as one of the most feared names on this map. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Zeth taking on the heavily favored Aster in today's match. Aster typically converts about 78% of his meetings against Zeth, and honestly, he usually makes short work of these duels. It will be interesting to see if that historical control holds up, given how Zeth started this one. Zeth is really putting some pressure on Aster now. He's looking far more confident than he did in their last meeting. We are seeing a real back and forth here, with neither player able to string together a second round in a row. He's currently sitting in the top half of our rating. Zeth is using that height advantage on the ramp to really shake things up early on. An impressive start for someone currently ranked in the bottom half. Zeth continues to control the pace, and that vertical advantage from heaven really helped him secure another quick one. Zeth holds a slim lead as we head into round 8. Aster really is putting those high-tier rankings on display today. We're deadlocked at 4 apiece. The tension is peaking. Aster's upper half ranking is starting to show. He just cleared him of the Tetris, taking a firm hold of the momentum. The favorite is simply refusing to let up now. Zeth keeps the lead from the box, tying things up at 5-5. He's really defied those head-to-head odds so far. Aster uses that ramp elevation to secure the edge, putting himself in a great spot heading into the half. He's really playing up to those expectations now. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it is largely playing out as we expected. Zeth is showing some fight, but the higher rated player is currently in a strong position. Time to swap sides. Aster has been in exceptional form lately, posting a 25-10 record over the last day. And it looks like that confidence is carrying over into this match. He is firmly in control now, and Zeth really needs to find a way to slow this slide down. Aster has really surged ahead to a 9-6 lead. A clean reaction from the underdog to snap that momentum. Another effortless connection by Zeth, showing a lot of heart to keep this fight alive. That was a crisp pair of rounds to tighten this up. He's on fire. That's 3 straight for the underdog, and he's completely closed the gap. Aster has to dig deep here to avoid a complete collapse. A quick response here to halt that rally. He's looking for a repeat of their last encounter together. Zeth fights his way out of that engagement from the ramp, refusing to go away. That was an incredibly close exchange. Barely any health left on that one. The pace is just blistering right now, as both of these players are fighting for every single round. The higher seed is starting to exert his will on the server. What a huge blow for Zeth, as Aster pushes the score to 12-9 and puts himself on the verge of victory. He is looking incredibly sharp right now. Unbelievable. Aster clears him off the ramp and closes out the game. Zeth put up a massive fight today, but he just couldn't find